Hello, everybody. Yeah, please welcome in, and take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. We are going to start this really good and interesting conference in Riga, Latvia. My name is Vahanov Sepian. I'll make some technical introduction of what will happen these 2 days here, and we'll go through the agenda, please. The Senior Community and Public Policy Officer at RIPE NCC, and with my colleagues that will introduce them, all of them later. First of all, we have some good facilities here. You have already taken your badges from the registration. We have a support desk. If you have any questions about your internet resources, what we are doing, what can be done with us, please go to the support desk as well as approach any of RIPE NCC staff. They will provide you proper direction and navigation. We have the exceptional opportunity, let's say, to take the Certified Professionals exam if you and get a really good and pass it. It is quite interesting, and these exams, when you pass it, when you take this qualification, it is acknowledged all over the world, and you can use it everywhere. So this is for the second opportunity. We'll start from the registration and welcoming. It is already done. We have some coffee there, and you have enjoyed it. I'm introducing now the agenda. We'll have the opening remarks and RIPE NCC update from Hisham Ibrahim, our Chief Community Officer. We'll have panel discussion on enhancing network resilience through the redundancy, diversity, and collaboration. This is important conversation, how to keep the internet here in Baltic states resilient and improving. We'll have, of course, the group family picture. And after that, we'll go to a very interesting part of these days. It is a lunch. Next, please. Yeah, it's with me. Sorry. We have a good research on connectivity in Baltic countries, and this research is based on special internet measurement instruments and tools that we have, and we have used this RIS and RIPE Atlas to make this. Then it will be followed by the how we see submarine cable outages, again with RIPE Atlas, a special presentation from our staff. We have unlocking opportunities, RIPE NCC registry services for Baltic states. Coffee break, discovering Berg's new possible tasks under the DNA proposal, how the European legislation is impacting here. And we'll have also the RIPE community, why you should participate part. This is especially, well, I don't want to go ahead, but this is especially for people that see RIPE NCC as the source of IP resources only, or AS numbers. Who thinks that we are a bit more than just the registry? Nice, nice. Fantastic. So it will be interesting also for you. And then we have something that is called social dinner. And I know that some of you don't have rejected this opportunity to come, but this is a limited opportunity. Please take your dinner tickets. It will be fun. It will be fun, a party. It will be yoo-hoo, you know? So it will be really interesting. So, and they are first come, first serve. So you'll take it if we have it yet. So second day, we'll have another program, but I'll not go to this second day because I urge you to come to the second day because we'll have also a really interesting presentations. There we have a special guest today, that is the Garfield cat. He is there. I don't know if you have seen it. Yeah, here it is. And you can come and get introduced to him, him as well. Very interesting personality, yes. And now we have another interesting, energizing opening for this event, and that is presented by the University of Latvia group, Latvian music, Latvian dance. I would like to ask you to make the applauses to them so they can come. How you say, Santa come, please. Let's applaud them, and then they will come. Yoo-hoo! Thank you.
Hello, hello. So yes, we are folk dance group Dandari, and today we will share with you a selection of 4 very popular dances, folk dances in Latvia. The first 2 maybe are a bit more complicated, so we will just show them. But the last 2 are really nice, easy, and fun. And if you really want to join in, we really welcome you. There's a lot of space, so please join in and have some Latvian fun. First will be Sudmaliņas. Deja, please. Next dance will be plauksting polka. So it's a palm polka, no polka, only with your hands. You can now actually turn to the person next to you and also do it only with your hands if you don't want to sit up. If you want, then please join in for that plauksting polka. Very big thank you to the dancers. Next will be, the last dance will be for 4 couples, but actually if you want to join in, the 2 of you, we really invite you. They will show what to do. Yes, yes, come. If you are in Latvia, do as the Latvians do. So if you want to join in,
Okay, we'll join.
oh, you too.
Who wants to join in?
Bravo. So it could be 4 and 3 together. Yes, that would be excellent. 4 and 4. Yes, volunteer. Thank you. So this is one of the most fun dances I think we have in Latvia. So please enjoy Cūkas Driķulas. And thank you very much. Big applause to the dancers.
Let's applause to us. Thanks so much. Great. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. It was a good energizer for us. Yes, thank you. And for you maybe applauding us. Whew. So, Hisham was also dancing with us. I don't know, are you ready for the next one? Okay. Whew. I'm pleased to introduce you to Hisham Ibrahim, our Chief Community Officer, with our good and interesting RAP NCC update. Please welcome Hisham Ibrahim. Applauses. Oh, thank you.
Hello, and oh, wait, no, oh, sorry. Yes, okay. Again, hello, good morning everyone, and welcome to the RIPE NCC Baltics regional meeting. My name is Hisham Ibrahim, as my colleague Fahan introduced me. I'm the Chief Community Officer at the RIPE NCC, and apparently a part-time folk dancer sometimes. It's a pleasure being with you all here. It's the first time for me and for a number of my colleagues to be in your beautiful country and city. We're very blessed with the weather. It's very nice outside. We managed to get around and see some Old Town, which was very, very nice. This was a really great way to start the day, but I'm already out of breath. So, what I will be doing is giving a quick update on the RIPE NCC and the activities that we do. Part of the reason for that is we want to engage with the community here and hear from you, so please feel free to ask questions during the day, give us your feedback, your comments, whether you think we got something right, but especially if you thought we got something wrong. We do a lot of analysis, you're going to see this over the next 2 days, from the outside, looking at measurements, looking at internet trends and such, but you're the ones here in the country running the internet, operating things, and you would have more stories and more insights than probably we, and we really need that to be able to do proper analysis. But anyways, talking a little bit about the RIPE NCC. So, like I said, welcome to the RIPE NCC Days Baltics. I have a number of colleagues here. Can the NCC staff in the room please stand up so that people know who you are? So yes, as you can see in the photos and the people that stood up, a number of people here. Please feel free to approach us. We only have 2 days with you, so as many discussions as we can have with as many as you would be very useful for us. So please come up, talk to us, chat to us about anything that you find useful or anything that you thought we would be useful and you feel that we didn't necessarily cover. We also have 2 members from the executive board. Can I ask you please to stand up? Sander is over there. Piotr, can you please stand up? Yes, so like I said, 2 members of the executive board. They are elected by the membership, so many of you, to sit on the board, and they are interested in discussing with you anything that you feel is relevant to how the organization is run and governed. We also have outside registry desk. My colleague Jeremy is in the back of the room here, but there's also 2 other colleagues outside, Anna and Martin, that could talk to you about any tickets or any issues related to your internet numbers that you have registered with the RIPE NCC. If you have anything, we can manage to get that done on site and help you with that. Now a little bit about the RIPE NCC. This slide's a bit of a history, because while some of you might be familiar with RIPE and RIPE NCC, some of you might not. So there's a bit of a distinction between what RIPE is and RIPE NCC is. So RIPE is actually the community. So all of you are considered to be part of RIPE. It was founded in 1989. Which was just basically a group of academics that wanted to bring the internet into Europe, sitting down and discussing how to bring that, because as many of you already know, the internet started as an academic endeavor and spread through different universities before they even figured out the commercial use for it. So from 1989, people have been coming together discussing matters related to the internet and how it should be operated. In there, it's open to all, like I said. It's about information exchange, technical coordination, and even discussions around policy. Whereas the RIPE NCC, the organization that I and my colleagues work for, was founded in 1992. It acts as secretariat to the community. So it's a membership-based organization. This is why I'm saying some of you might be members of the RIPE NCC. And it provides the services and implements the policies that are set by the community. Now, the RIPE NCC is entering a new strategic cycle, so 2027 to 2031. It's a 5-year strategic cycle. And as you can see here from the slides, here's the top 4 anchors for the strategy. I'll you can look at the slides at your time, but I'll just mention the bold items here. Guaranteed uniqueness and build trust. This relates to how we ensure the uniqueness of internet resources that you have, the registration of your IP addresses, and the fact that nobody can hijack them or claim that they're theirs. And of course, everything we need to do there is transparent and neutral. Provide responsible stewardship. So we contribute as RIPE NCC towards the internet security, resilience, and stability. We have a panel coming up right after this that will talk about internet resilience. I know that's a big theme of the meeting here. We have different talks talking about from the cable cuts to how traffic is routed, and what we as RIPE NCC can be doing in this area to help and support our members to do their work. Also, the security aspect of it through routing security, RPKI and ASPA and others, you're going to hear talks about that. And then the scalability of it through how to build bigger networks and using IPv6 for that. Be a source of authoritative data. So we have a lot of data that we have, whether from the registry or from running one of the largest internet measurement networks, RIPE Atlas, which you're going to hear talks about. But then I have colleagues in data storytelling that take that raw data, work with the researchers, and come up with nice visualizations and nice data and graph that tells a nice story about trends, which, like I said, we see from the data side, but you would have the actual stories about why certain spikes happened, which we're very interested to hear. And there's going to be talks about that from my colleagues as well. And then engage members and renew our community. The idea is always to get more engagement. This is why we're here, coming as close as we can to you to get you maybe interested in coming to future RIPE meetings or future engagements that we do, or join a mailing list. Next year, we are planning on coming back to the Baltics. We're coming to Lithuania with a big RIPE meeting, and we hope to see you all there. Why engagement is important? Like I mentioned a couple times, we need this dialogue with our members, our community, to know are the services that we're providing, are they meeting your expectations? Are they at the right level? Are there complex issues with dealing with the RIPE NCC? Is there stuff that you feel we could be doing that we're not doing, or stuff that you feel we're doing that we should stop doing? That's why my colleagues and my board members are here, to better understand from you how we can actually serve you better. And dialogue in general helps the community thrive. The ideas, discussions, the sharing about the pains and the issues, all of this helps us form a better picture when we have dialogues and discussions. So how to engage? Throughout the day, you're going to hear a lot from my colleagues. There's different mailing lists that you can join that cover very specific topics, from routing to DNS to open source to others, if you are interested in them. We have a RIPE NCC forum where people can go and open discussions, and other people participate that. But we also have a platform called RIPE Labs where people can write articles talking about matters that they consider relevant to the internet and its operations and its governance. We also host something called open houses, which is like virtual meetings. And of course, we have the two big RIPE meetings where we have our general meetings. Diving a little bit more in the registry, so a few updates that may be relevant to some of you. The RIPE NCC implemented the reg number now in the database. That makes it easier to clearly identify organizations. That's something that we've seen some requests on, so now we have that available in the database. And you can hear more about that from my colleagues outside if you are interested at the registry desk. I also mentioned quickly RPKI and ASPA. So just a quick show of hands, who knows RPKI in the room here? Okay, okay, a few people. It's basically a way to validate and certify that you are the rightful holder of your resources so that nobody can hijack them, right? You can very quickly, and there's going to be a talk about this. BGP is based on trust. So if I say I am advertising this subnet of IP addresses, BGP trusts that I do this, because why would I lie, right? Now, that was the idea when it was first introduced. Again, like I said, this was very academic early on, but now we know that there's different reasons for people wanting to hijack your resources, whether for malicious reasons or just simply fat-fingering somebody just typed in the wrong subnet for some reason. Instead of putting in an 8, they put in a 9 or something. So what RPKI does is it allows you to have a certificate that says, I am the rightful holder of these resources. And then people can validate that certificate and only accept the ones that have that valid certification. Now, USPA is a new thing that you're going to hear one of my colleagues talking about later today that allows you not only to validate your resources, but to also certify saying, these are my upstreams as well, allowing for more security on the internet to prevent issues of hijacking. Internet measurements, like I said, the RIPE NCC runs one of the largest global networks around the world, 13,000 plus counting probes, 800 anchors and such, which allows us to gather a lot of information about how traffic is routed. And you're going to hear from one of my colleagues later today a talk that he used this data to see how the packets flow and route around damage when damage occurs on the internet. It doesn't look into what traffic is being sent, but rather how traffics are routed around the world. We also have visualizations that allow you to see now, stuff like your trace routes and other stuff from RIPE Atlas, that measurement tool that I mentioned. And a number of tools that could be useful for your day-to-day operations. RIPEstat, DNSMon, RIS, RIPE IP map, all of these help in different ways, make you be able to monitor how your ccTLD operates, or how IPs are geolocated, or how you look at a different country or a subnet. Again, if you're interested in these tools, come talk to me or any of my colleagues. These are all open tools. We do not charge for these, and you can use them in your operations if you think any of them are very useful to you. The research and data side of things, so like I said, we do have a lot of authoritative data, so we produce reports on these. One of this is the state of IPv4 and the evolving transfer market. As I'm sure many of you know, IPv4 globally ran out. It's very hard for you to get resources unless you pay for some transfers. We do recommend, of course, IPv6 as the way to go, but this report covers an overview of what we're seeing as trends within the market and how that plays out. Another report that we recently produced, we did one end of last year focusing on Southeast Europe, so Balkan countries and a couple others, Romania, Bulgaria, and others, looking at the IXB landscape and also how traffic is routed within that region. I'm happy to see we also have colleagues from the community from Romania that run the exchange there, Interlan. If you're interested in talking more about peering and interconnection in Southeast Europe or how they see the landscape, I advise you to talk to them. Can you, Angela, Eric, can you wave so that people know who you are? Yes. And speaking of people that came for this meeting, there's also a number of Italian colleagues as well that came from Italy, sitting over there. Very happy to see you guys. So one of the nice things about these meetings is exactly that it allows people to have a point in their calendar, a date in their calendar, where they know they're going to be able to meet a number of people from the country here. So please take advantage, talk to us, talk to our Italian colleagues, talk to our Romanian colleagues, and hopefully we can exchange a lot of good insights. Capacity building. We run e-learning services, a number of courses, IPv6 related, BGP security, and others. You can also take an examination at the end and get certified on this. This is online courses. We did have some in-person courses ahead of the meeting, but these are online courses that you can actually also take at your own time and learn at your own leisure. So it is something that I would recommend you having a look at because it is quite useful and we get very good reviews on that. We run also a number of events, SEE meeting, Southeast Europe meeting that happened in Serbia earlier this year. We just had the Edinburgh meeting, the RIPE 92 meeting 2 weeks ago. We're now here in Latvia. We also plan on having a meeting in Central Asia where we have a meeting called CAPIF 5. In Dushanbe, Tajikistan, and then RIPE 93 will be in Sofia, Bulgaria. And like I said, RIPE 94, which I think is, yeah, this is RIPE 93, but then RIPE 94 will be held in Lithuania next year, and we would love to see you. It will be a shorter trip for all of you. Oh yes, here's the slide that says this. RIPE 94, like I said, please save the dates, 24 to 28 of May, 2027 in Vanilas, Lithuania. We are planning on coming back. We hope that you show up, but also bring more of your colleagues. That will be a bigger meeting. I believe the numbers from the last one in Edinburgh last week were around 600, 700 people attending, and you get a lot of expertise coming from all over the world attending and participating there. And with that, I am done. Thank you all. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. Well, I'm around for the rest of the day. Please, let's have an opportunity to chat, and I'm giving back the mic to my colleague, Fahan. Thank you, Fahan.
Thank you, and this is an important thing because I'm pleased to ask my colleague Roman Bosk, a senior internet governance and governance advisor at RIPE NCC, to take this microphone and lead this panel. Welcome.
Thank you, Vahan. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm Roman Bosk, and I'm pleased to welcome the speakers on stage. Please, so come along. And in the meantime, I'll be moving some stuff around. Pick a seat. I'm going to sit there, but please make yourself comfortable. You have water, mics are coming up. Yeah, distribute them. Yeah, thank you. Should be one for two speakers. Great. Well, you heard our Chief Community Officer introducing what the RIPE NCC is, so I'm not gonna repeat, but as you heard, the concept of resilience is also very much anchored in the RIPE NCC strategy. I'm not a techie. I'm the guy responsible for engaging EU stakeholders, actually, the EU institutions, policymakers, regulators, and other stakeholders that are shaping, more policy discussions. I tend to think that the concept of resilience is a very interesting one, but sometimes lacks a precise definition. So this is where came the idea to actually focus on that. It actually made its way into the EU regulations itself. We have an EU Cyber Resilience Act. However, it doesn't really define what the concept is. So at the network level, we might have a more precise idea of what resiliency is, how we build it, how we maintain it over time. But so maybe we can start from a more narrow, more technical and operational standpoint and broaden the discussion to other areas, other layers, from a governance, from a policy perspective. And I will start by thanking my distinguished speakers for being here with us today. And start off with opening with a broad question of what resiliency means to you, and if you can also introduce yourself. And I will start by the first speaker on my left, Agnese, please.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Actually, it's an honor to speak with you today. speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Latvia, and as Director of Electronic Communication, I represent an institution deeply committed to shaping the future of connectivity, and not just for Latvia, but for the broader European region. Our mission is to deliver EU digital decade targets, including gigabit connectivity and 5G coverage in all populated areas, but our ambitions goes further, and embracing satellite internet, quantum networks, and secure digital infrastructure to ensure that no community is left behind. In Latvia, we operate in highly competitive telecom environment, and fixed and mobile operators vie for their market share, and it creates dynamic and sometimes very challenging landscape. Yet this competition drives innovation and ultimately benefits consumers through better services and lower prices. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dmitris Nikitins. I'm the CTO of TED. The ones who are from Latvia most probably know TED quite well. We are the largest connectivity provider in the country. I would say that all the critical infrastructure holders in Latvia are our customers, and 95 of top 100 companies are using TED services as well. So we are providing a lot of different services, but the connectivity is our core, and that brings us to the next step, that resilience for us is not only the word in the books or a plan on the paper, but that's the means how we can survive and ensure that our country operates without any interruptions. So for us, resilience means that we can withstand everything which life throws at us, and in the recent years we see that there is a lot. So starting from global pandemics, then we have some supply chain disruptions, some ships are being stuck in the canal and disrupting everything in the world, different wars going around, and cyber attackers are not sleeping as well. So we have to be ready for different scenarios, look what's going on in the world, learn, understand what are our bottlenecks, and we have to be ready to adapt. So our experts have to be very universal and know how to act in every situation. So not everything can be put on paper, but if you continue to prepare yourself for different situations, looks for the bottlenecks. So that's the right way forward, how we can ensure that our network stays resilient and we deliver the critical services to our country as well.
Shall I go? Excellent. Good morning. My name is Baiba Kashkina. I am the General Manager of CERT LV, which is part of National Cybersecurity Center of Latvia. We are the technical arm of the center. And our take on resilience, of course, is very tightly tied with cybersecurity matters. Our role is to ensure and help providers of essential and important services in Latvia to sustain, to deliver their services to the society, to their customers. And we've seen a huge rise of incidents, of attacks in the last years, especially since 2022, when the war in Ukraine has started. And our mission has been to ensure that the services are still delivered, that we can withstand the attacks, that they are not paralyzing any processes in the country, be it a website that is important or be it other information system that needs to be accessible. Yes, there have been a lot of incidents, but we haven't had any major downtimes that have affected operations of our government, of our country, and I think that is a huge success, thanks to the providers that I'm sitting in between and all the other providers in Latvia, all the entities that have been engaged in sustaining their services. So our role is, of course, to help to safeguard our e-government, our e-country from cyber attacks to ensure resiliency in that regard. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. First of all, thanks to RIPE for inviting us here on this panel, and also to be very proud to be the first panel. So kind of feeling like a keynote. Thank you. I'm representing, did I say? My name is Evi Staube. Yes. Okay, sorry. I'm representing Latvia State Radio Television Center, which is the publicly owned company, but we are feeling like a more part of the industry, and the industry is very important. And I would say, also repeat that Dimitri and Baiba said that the industry is very healthy in Latvia. We have a joke saying that at the same time we are partners, competitors, customers, providers to each other, also relatives, because we are only 2 million nation, so very small, everybody knows everybody, which is good, so we can run faster. But about resilience, of course, resilience is tricky, and I would say that nowadays resilience is, we don't have limits. And one thing is resilience in peacetime, and totally another thing is resilience in a close to war zone. Luckily, we are not in a Ukrainian situation, but we feel it very well. And the closer we are to the front line, the more we feel it. This is totally different story talking to somebody in Western Europe. So we feel it like daily. And here is another thing, because in a peacetime, of course, technically, let's say 2 cables is good enough. If one breaks, maintenance, the second is working. In wartime, probably 2 is not good enough. We need more. And here, if you're talking about the business case, about commercial side, I think not many companies, but some already start to look at the business cases differently, because in the business case, in a peacetime, there is simply no such line as a war. It's like force majeure thing, but basically now we have to put another line in the business case, which is the risk line. What would happen if the 2 lines are broken, like for a month or 2 months? Simply there is no service, right? So it's totally different situation. And one more thing is, we are talking about resilience also. This is special for Baltics. We call it like Baltic Island, which is like 3 countries together. But if you look at the map, it's easy to see that this is Baltic Island. So we have number of connections, connectivity to the outside, and we have to talk about resilience within the Baltics, within the Baltics. And second level is the resilience connecting to the outside world. So different angles. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's actually interesting. This afternoon we will have a couple of data insights, so showing what the interconnection landscape is within the region and with other regions. So that's a point that we might come back to later. But please, Hisham, introduce yourself, and well, people know you already, but what resiliency means for you.
Good morning again, everyone. Still Hisham Ibrahim from RIPE NCC, Chief Community Officer, part-time, full-time dancer, and also now a panelist. I will not be speaking for the rest of the day, I promise you, after this panel. But yeah, to talk a little bit about the topic at hand. So I am a recovering techie, so I've actually built networks in my life. Resiliency and redundancy is something that we actually built and planned for while we were working. And now I work with Roman and other colleagues to explain some of the technical topics to policymakers and others, so also that they take into account the technical nuances there. When we talk about resiliency, and the panelists before me gave really good examples and explanations to it, but for me it's very simply being able to quickly recover from disruption, right? The faster you can recover from anything that happens, the more resilient you are, right? And Murphy's Law told us that, you know, anything that could go wrong will go wrong probably in the worst time, right? Whether it's due to wars, whether it's due to some kind of error, whether it's due to other disruptions, how fast can you recover and continue to provide seamless services to people without them feeling that something has happened? That is really where true resilience comes from. And looking at the topic here, redundancy is part of that, having diversity, the collaboration that you mentioned right now, being able to continue to provide services, and look at that also like how can you interconnect amongst yourself, but how do you connect to the rest of the world? All aspects of resilience, because there's a lot of them, is really key for the discussions that we're going to be having. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for your insights, and indeed it's very useful to have such a diverse types of speaker here, and this is what really the RIPE NCC is also trying to bring in, having such a panel discussion, the multi-stakeholder approach, having people from the public sector, from government, from the private sector, from different types of organizations, and bringing the technical community into that. Isham, you mentioned the definition of network resilience, which doing a bit of research around the topic, I figured that it's actually coming from the fields of ecology and biology, where it is defined indeed as the ability of ecosystems to eliminate the impact of external disturbances and maintain stability through their own repair. Again, from different layers and different angles, people are defining the concept and approaching the concept in a much different ways. Do you think we have a shared understanding, and given the current landscape and geopolitical situation, where do you think are the main challenges and the main gaps in the conversation around resiliency? And I want to start with you, Evis, as you also mentioned the relationship between capacity and investment, and of course we have the cost element that is coming into play. Again, do we have a shared understanding, and is there a political will, and from a more management perspective, how do you approach this from your perspective?
Thank you. Probably here the good thing is to talk about particular example. And the example is what I said about the challenges of resilience nowadays. And the example is called the undersea cable, owned by Latvia State Radio Television Center. So the incident happened a year and a half ago. The cable is good enough, plenty of capacity. The fact is, I have the real sample with me, so I can give it around, but just please be careful. Keep it like this, and also we have sharp edges.
I can circulate it, and actually you had the slide as well, just to, yeah,
okay,
illustrate the case.
This is another story, but please be careful. And this piece is really the sample which had been in operation before the incident, laying many years on a seabed of Baltic Sea. Like
how deep was it?
140 meters deep. Mm-hmm. So this is a real thing. So please be careful. Keep it like this. Sharp edges here. All right. And give it back to me afterwards.
So, talking about cost and cost management.
Oh, we have more, but yeah, this is important. All right. So the story is about the redundancy, resilience. So like I said, in a peacetime, the one cable operational is good enough. As I said, there are many strands or fibers. Capacity is big, and in a peacetime it works okay. And if the small incidents happens, we can recover it in a pretty quick if the weather allows. But in a war situation, not talking only about Latvia, but also the Baltic island, what we call, it's very important to have another number of redundant connections. And here, simply, this standard business case doesn't work, because also this cable is based on a service demand. We have the commercial offer for many operators, users, and to create or invest into another cable, there is simply no traditional business case possible. And as within a company, since the investment is multi-million, it needs to be somewhere else. It's a question of the state security, or the continuation of the Baltics or many states. If you're talking not only about one cable, but a number of cables. So this is a tricky question. And it has been discussed, but it's you know, for multi-million investment, that's not a simple decision. There are of course many other needs, and this is one of the. But if we are looking at the communications, at the importance of the communications it's, themselves, that this is not only about like calls or internet or the games, but this is really the question of flow of information. Another thing is we are very similar situation. I had a chance to be in Taiwan talking about the very similar issues, and Taiwan is, like, if we look at these questions, these issues, very similar situation like Baltics, pretty similar size of the land. Number of the cables connecting Taiwan is also similar to number of the Baltic cables altogether. The neighbor is different, but also, well, behaving differently, but the challenges are very similar. And in Taiwan, they're also looking at similar issues to provide another cables, also looking at the satellite communications as a full redundancy. So there are pieces or spots on a globe with similar issues. So what tribe could provide probably to look at those similar spots on a planet to have some kind of coordinated view how to solve it, yeah, because this is a global thing. Yeah.
Right. We often hear that the submarine cable is carrying 95% of the traffic worldwide, which, well, might be true, but it might also be a bit misleading because before reaching out the subsea cables, we have the landlines, and most of the traffic goes around in different ways. I'm moving on to Dimitris to actually give his story and his take about the shared understanding from a more telecom perspective, and if you relate to what you heard from Avis about the need for more investment and what you can bring to the table.
So yeah, the view on resilience and what have to be done have changed with the start of the war in Ukraine, at least on our part. So basically, we can see what's going on in Ukraine, what are the methods which are being used by attackers, what are the pain points, bottlenecks in infrastructure, and what is being attacked. And well, no one believed in 2022 that Russia will attack Ukraine, and well, there is no need to prepare. At the moment, we see that it's not true, and you have to be prepared all the time. And for us, we try to look at what's going on in Ukraine and adjust our network, see if it is possible in our network, and work on potential bottlenecks. So the first revelation for us came on 1st of March in 2022. So I guess it was 1 week into the occupation, and well, everyone were like glued to the TV screens, and the same was for us. And the catalyst moment for us was like when the Iskander missile hit the TV tower in Kiev. So the revelation was that, hey, most probably if something happens, if the war starts, then critical infrastructure will be attacked, and the critical infrastructure should be diversified as much as possible. So we started to look at our services, how they're diversified, and before the war, geo-redundancy meant, at least for us and well, for majority of operators, it's 2 data centers completely diversified. So in our case, it was on the different banks of River Daugava, completely different power outages, completely different optical grid, and so on. So, but in case of war situation, that might not be enough. So both data centers are located in Riga. So we understood that we have to diversify our infrastructure outside the border of Latvia and create additional disaster recovery sites in other countries. So we worked on that. So we have now 3rd point of presence of our IT critical infrastructure in different country. Then what we have noticed, so before the war, we had connections to Kiev going through Belarus and Poland. And with the start of the war, Belarus connection went down magically. So what we asked from Belarus side is what's going on, and the answer we got that, hey, it's a wartime situation, the cable is damaged, we cannot repair it. At the same time, we saw that the cable, which is going through Poland and then in Ukraine, has been damaged several times, but the Ukrainian side continued to repair it. And so basically, they managed to repair it within SLAs most of the times when the cable was damaged. That was the next indicator that in case of the war situation, most probably the enemy will try to isolate the country, and we need to understand how we can diversify our cross-border connections not to allow that. And in 2022, we started adding more and more cross-border connections to be more resilient in that way. And in 2024, we all saw that by some miracles, ships decided to drag their anchors by the seabed and, well, damage the cables. This year, at one point, there were 3 cables simultaneously damaged in the Baltic Sea, internet cables. So that's quite huge impact on overall traffic. For us, we didn't notice any interruptions or degradation in the network. So, and there are a lot of different things we can learn from Ukraine just by watching what the attackers are doing, how the Ukrainians are adjusting and implementing in our infrastructure to be more ready. But if you ask if we have a common understanding of what is resilience, so there is a bit of a gap in understanding between the countries which are bordering with Russia and the Western European countries. So last week we had ETIS, which is gathering of telecom operators. More than 40 telecom operators were in Riga, and we discussed this subject. And for them, for example, in Portugal, the situation is not like that. So they are still living quite relaxed. And there are a lot of different measures which we can take to secure our network. And there are a lot of different mechanisms, but we still live with the thought that, hey, nothing will happen. For example, 2020 Rostelecom BGP hijack incident. So at that time, the mechanism which was mentioned today, RPKI, was in place like for 10 years already. So that could safeguard the majority of network because Rostelecom hijacked more than 8,000 prefixes at that time and basically paralyzed the global traffic. But the operators didn't implement that. So that's one. We have tools, but we don't use them. Then in 2024, we saw that Orange Spain had an incident. Basically, they used the RPKI, but forgot that IT security matters as well. So their RIPE account wasn't protected with multi-factor authentication and so on, and was hijacked and created the problem. So in our case, I would say nowadays the resilience and overall security is the ecosystem, which brings together the IT side, cybersecurity, network, cloud, and of course people. And then you cannot look at one topic just out of the context. Hey, we will secure the network. Well, most probably, if we will secure only the network, we won't educate, train our people, or see what's going on with our IT security. Most probably that won't work. So we have to look at that as the whole ecosystem and work on that to improve our resilience.
Right, stressing the ecosystem and the interdependencies in the ecosystem is key. And since you mentioned RIPE and BGP elements, I'm turning now to Isham to perhaps give his takes on what are the main characteristics of resiliency at the core technical levels, and if you see in terms of shared understanding any gaps and challenges.
Sure, happy to do that. But before I start talking, how cool was it with the cable that Elvis brought and shared it? The techie in me couldn't help but think of, this is the internet gen, if you guys know the IT crowd, you know, making Elvis one of the elders of the internet, handing it around. Anyways, that techie in me had to comment. No, but bringing it back to point on resiliency and what that actually means. It's always going to be an evolving thing, right? Because there's a lot of unknowns that you need to actually make sure that they're taken care of, right? Ukraine was mentioned as a great example, and I think we had a RIPE a talk 2 weeks ago at the last RIPE meeting on how Ukraine is a laboratory for resilience. With how they're quickly trying to repair and keep the internet connected. And there's a lot of different things that are happening there. There's a lot of small providers that are well interconnected and have their own autonomous systems and have multi-homing and other concepts that allow them to recover quickly, rather than relying on, let's say, one or two big incumbents that, if affected, takes down most of the country, right? RPKI was mentioned, for example. One of the reasons why RPKI was introduced, if you were hearing me speaking this morning, BGP was built on trust, right? That was the understanding until very recent when, well, I'd say maybe a decade now, Pakistan Telecom hijacked YouTube traffic and it ended up leaking on the internet, and a whole part of the world couldn't reach YouTube anymore, right? Which was a deliberate act to hijack traffic. It wasn't a war act, it wasn't something else. They just didn't want their citizens to access YouTube. And then that ended up taking out a significant part of the world, which then RPKI helped with the certification and the validation that I mentioned, right? So there's always this kind of evolving landscape because the attack surface is always going to be there. People will always find ways to try to find vulnerabilities and make these attacks, and then you're going to find ways to patch them and become more resilient in this process. So on the network layer, again, from the title, we did talk about some things like redundancy being a very good option. I was sharing with you yesterday, Roman, a story where at one point I was talking with a bank, a big bank in a certain country. And we started talking about the concept of multi-homing. Multi-homing basically is getting connectivity for more than one upstream. So you're not just reliant on one provider, you have multiple providers, right? And the person that I was talking to was the CISO of the bank, so one of the most highest ranking technical people there. And after the discussion, he came to me and said, I have redundancy in terms of like appliances, of all the equipment that I have, in terms of everything. The one thing that we never thought of was that redundancy in terms of upstream. It never occurred to him. Everything internally was secured, was encrypted, was redundant, was everything to protect from everything. The one thing that didn't occur to him is, what if my upstream had an issue? And then I get taken down, right? So it's things like that that through discussions, through sharing, through this kind of dialogue become more apparent. An example of Portugal, but also like Iberia was given earlier, where they had redundancies, they have a lot of interconnections, they have all that. But recently with the electric failure that they had, the electric grid going down, it actually took down their internet as well. So there might be things beyond the regular kind of, these are the appliances, these are my connections, this is, because it could be something like, well, again, the electric grid in this case, and then sharing experiences of how stuff like this is run. I remember years ago being in Africa and talking with network operators there, and electricity being very not reliant. Somebody made the comment of saying that they mainly use generators and they use the public electricity as their backup in case the generators fail, right? It's looking into all these different aspects is what allows resilience to evolve over time. So it's no wonder that there's a lot of discussions on the political side and in different parts of the world of what resilience means to them, because it's always going to be an evolving thing. I don't think we're ever going to lock down, if you do these 5 items, then you're going to be completely resilient, because the day after, a 6th item will come up, and then people will have to patch that.
And this is where comes in maybe the more incidents reporting elements or the security measures. And I'm turning to you, Beiba, if you can talk about basically this ecosystem that has been built around the activities of the CERT, and if you would also flag what kind of new mechanism has been put in place in recent years to actually face this evolving landscape.
Absolutely. Well, I would maybe make one step back and say that the good news, I think, in all the stories that internet in general has been built to be resilient. So that's something that we all are building on and sometimes maybe taking for granted. But of course, as everyone has mentioned, that's not enough, and especially it's not enough in the political situation and geopolitical situation where we are in the Baltics and in other regions where the world is not as peaceful as we would want it to be. So we have to build much more. We have to have many other layers for what you've been asking about, what kind of ecosystem we've been building. So first of all, we realized already more than 10 years ago that for hacktivists, DDoS is something that they can easily launch, and it can easily make damage to the reputation. It will not make any permanent damage or anything to be really worried about, but still it's annoyance. So as far as in 2015, when Latvia was holding presidency of the EU, it was decided that country-wise we should have DDoS protection for those resources that we see as important and that should be up and running. And this is centrally run and purchased by the Ministry of Defense and delivered by LVRTC to make sure that we have a minimum set of services up and running. From 2022, the list of services that have been protected has been enlarged enormously, and even though we had a lot of, and still have a lot of DDoSes, we don't feel them. So I think from that part, we are very well covered. There are very good DDoS protections offered by commercial ISPs. State resources are centrally protected. And this part, yeah, the ordinary citizens don't feel that annoyance anymore. And this is one of the examples that we also take as a granted nowadays here in the Baltics, at least in Latvia, but it's not so obvious at all in the rest of the Europe. If there are DDoSes against companies in Central Europe, we see newspaper articles and highlights that DDoS has taken out a bank or something else, and I think that's already showing that they are not taking even these small steps seriously enough. Of course, that's not all. To be able to be resilient to sustainable, it's very important to notice as fast as possible if something goes wrong. So we've been working very hard to have visibility of our networks, to have visibility in Latvia. First of all, of course, in the government level, building security operations center to be able to spot any suspicious activities as fast as possible. And this has changed the amount of time that is needed to spot a serious incident from months to a couple of hours. And I think that makes huge difference. Of course, the incidents I'm speaking about now are more related to state actors, and it's not always their primary goal is not to damage the delivery of service, but more likely to steal information or to penetrate infrastructures and have permanent foothold there. But still, seeing what's happening is very important, and seeing and reacting is something that we are taking very seriously and acting upon. And another element to this puzzle, I will not mention everything, but the third one that I would like to talk about is the DNS firewall. Again, DNS is very old technology. We are all very well aware about, but it has a lot of potential. There is a fine line from blocking phishing sites and malware sites to blocking something that could be considered censorship. And for that, there has to be trusted institutions in place and rules in place to define what can be blocked and what should not be blocked, what is outside the scope. For our part, we are working very hard to protect Latvian internet from scammers, from malware, from other types of attacks. It started as a voluntary project. Now, since 2024, it's mandatory for all ISPs to implement our block lists. So those users in Latvia that want to be protected, they are protected by the DNS servers of their providers. And I think that is an important step. For example, nowadays, the campaigns are growing rapidly, and we are blocking huge number of scammer sites daily, like a couple of hundred domains daily, that are detected as early as possible and blocked immediately for the whole Latvian internet. And that does make difference, even though maybe it doesn't damage resilience as such immediately, but it's still part of the ecosystem. It helps to save the money that goes to fraud. It helps to save data that people own, etc., etc. So those are three elements that I'm highlighting now. There are more if we need, but yeah, I think there is still a long way to go, of course, to have it implemented as well as we would like to.
Right, thank you. We might go back to that a bit later on, and I'm moving now and turning to the public policy phase of the discussion and how government are actually supporting a more resilient internet infrastructure. What is on your priority list right now, and if you have any particular or one initiative that you think is worth mentioning in that conversation?
In our opinion, very important is regional and international actually cooperation, because it can pool resources and share experience, and also like accelerate innovation. And I would like to highlight like positively also this innovation expert, innovation aspect, because and especially public investments should promote it especially, and maybe I would like to highlight one innovation project, 5G for Lives, that was financed by Connecting Europe Facility Fund, and partners was absolutely different, Latvia and Italy. And the project developed drones and 5G technology usage for monitoring and rescue operations, especially at Vecāki Beach and Ķīšezers Lake in Riga, because in Latvia it is very big problem. But in turn, the focus was developing a 5G-enabled service for situational awareness and vulnerability assessment to counter natural disaster threats. Finally, the team showcased how 5G-enabled drones can support rescue missions and enhance public safety through real-time data and innovation communication solutions. And also for all EU countries, there was also elaborate guidance on 5G technologies for public safety. Another sector that is connected also with resilience is quantum development in networks where collaboration is essential, and regarding the Baltic region demonstrates several strengths, including the early adoption of cybersecurity frameworks and advanced digital collaboration models. It operates actually in high risk environment, as I mentioned, and particularly with regard to subsea cable infrastructure and hybrid threats. In particular, the region benefits from strong integration between telecommunications infrastructure and digital public services, such as e-government, financial systems, and digital identity solutions. And telecommunication infrastructure is increasingly recognized as critical national infrastructure rather than a commercial service. And this shift has accelerated actually the development of resilience capabilities and strengthened alignment with NATO and EU frameworks also.
Right, thank you. Well, I think we have explored, if not all, quite a few interesting aspects of the concept. I may turn to the audience to see if there is any question. Please, you have mics over there, so don't hesitate to raise question, and please don't be shy. We will have a little game to play later, but I'm just scanning around to see if someone wants to take the floor. Any burning question for our panelists?
Yes? Hi.
Yes.
Hi. Emil Aben, RIPE NCC. I do a lot of research on the resilience of cables and other parts of the internet infrastructure. And when I heard Dimitri's talk, it sounds like the TED network has its resilience in order, but it's I more have a question on you have it in order, but maybe there's no insights into what actual cross-border capacity exists and what diversity exists, or is there somebody who actually has a helicopter view of is everything resilient?
That goes back to the question of how can we measure maybe the resiliency,
Yeah,
and
I'm a
which
researcher,
level?
so I want to measure. So, right. Is there a broader overview of the actual resilience, or are we? Is the only thing to see what happens is look at an event, and after the fact you can see we were resilient or we were not resilient?
The way how you can prepare and the way we were preparing is, well, at least for the subsea cable cuts and cross-border resilience. So we were kind of simulating in our mind and on paper what happens. So if one cable gets cut, if two cables getting cut, how much capacity do we have? How much degradation in the network do we have? Do we need additional capacity? And we are doing that with a lot of things. So you just simulate worst case scenario. What happens if, I don't know, Riga just disappears from the map of Latvia? And then you start to think, okay, is your network working? What have to be done? How you can address that? How much investment do you need? Then you evaluate, well, that's investment sounds okay, or it's too much. If it's too much and you cannot afford it at this moment, what else can be done there to ensure better resilience? So that's the modulation of different situations, and that's how you are moving forward. So you are understanding what is the most critical worst case scenario, and try to go out from that.
Yeah, Evis. And then I will move on to Isham to explain maybe how the RIPE NCC measurement tools can actually help operators. But Evis, please, how do you, what are the tools and assessment measures that you are using for your home services?
Yeah, I quickly to add, yeah, so everybody touched the cable, I believe. It hasn't
Please return
hasn't
the cable.
disappeared. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But, okay, the picture is not here, but I just wanted to end of the story. All right.
It's over there.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the fix. This is the connection fixed at the moment, laying on a seabed, and the signature is from our companies. From our company's cable leader Romans, and he was physically on a vessel ship within a storms and spent basically many days on a vessel ship, Finnish one. And funny thing is that Romans in a kindergarten wanted to be this sailor, so the dreams come true, and that is nice. But what I wanted to say about this undersea cables. So this particular incident caused 1 month's disruption of the service. And thanks to the great design of internet, the internet redundancy, basically in the public internet use, nobody felt. What was the fact that the ping time or latency, direct latency to the Sweden increased several times, up to like 10 times. The signal had to go around through the different routes. That's normal. But as Dimitri said, that tests are important and the brainstorm what happens if happens. But such an incident, that's basically the best test you can imagine. So it's a real life test, and you can see basically what works and what doesn't. And so as we say, there are two parts, two big parts in a simple words. One is the internet, public internet, and another is so-called enterprise connections from point A to point B. And in such scenarios, basically each and every enterprise should have several routes, and that's very critical. And as I said, maybe not 2 routes are not good enough anymore, need 3 or 4. And that's question of the each and every enterprise to have it.
Can I just add a little bit? I think that this boils down also to testing, and I know that we are very good on discussing that we should test and that we should do exercises, but actually doing exercises is a whole different story. Actually disconnecting one of your cables or 2 of your cables if you have 3, and then seeing what's happening, can you access everything that you need, etc. So this is something that we've been talking a lot about and encouraging organizations to really think about it, to discuss it, and to actually do it, to test it. So this is something important. I think we all should take home and work with that.
Exactly, and even more important is before like businesses or the business users wanted the technicals to do the test during a night. But nowadays it's very important to have it during the work time. Then the business feels really the impact, what would happen if happened. And we are like starting for like last few years exactly to do it in the work time. Of course, the maintenance, etc., it's a normal thing to do it outside of business. But such a test up to the business level, it's very important to do it in the work time.
And if I can ducktail to that, because again, personal experience of somebody that used to build networks. I used to work for a governmental agency. I built networks for them at one point in time. And indeed, exactly this point happened. We used to get these random audits at any point in time where somebody would just walk into the data center and then they would, I don't know, like remove one of the supervisory engines while the minister was at the ministry. And we needed to be able to have thought out all these different scenarios and be able to recover quickly. Because if not, then we would be in trouble, and how do we actually plan for stuff like this? So actually being able to plan, if you have 2 fans, do you need a third fan for the switch, for example, in case something happens? Being able to think that way is a way of getting closer to resilience. Now, one thing before I talk about the measurement tools that we have is you can do the best job that you can within your network, what you have the sphere of influence that you can do. But on the internet, you're always still reliant on other actors, your upstream providers, your supply chains, others as well, right? So is there ever going to be, to Emil's question, is there ever going to be like metrics for like global resilience, or how you can measure that on a global level? You can do everything that you can. You can work with your suppliers to make sure that they're resilient, but your suppliers also have suppliers. And looking at that complete supply chain is also part of what you can do, but there's also so much you can influence in this area, right? An example of resilience, and this is where I try to segment when we talk about internet, because internet has become like a shorthand for everything people use online, right? If you cannot reach your favorite website, for example, or gaming app or something like that, people say the internet is broken or the internet doesn't work, right? Which it could be a problem with the platform, or it could be something else, right? We do know today there's a big centralization with some of the bigger players online, that if any of them end up with an issue, you end up with like massive amounts of websites and content not being able to be reached. Now, I want to say that that's not a frequent occurrence. However, recent years and numbers would disagree with that statement. We do see that some of the bigger players in recent years have had at least one outage that has caused a lot of people complaining about the internet, which is why when I try to define the internet a lot more, it's about packets moving from point A to point B, right? If your packets are able to reach their destination, then the internet has done its job. it's the platform that might have the issue or something else. So trying to make that distinction to get to your question about measurements. So I mentioned the RIPE NCC runs a large measurement network, the one that my colleague Emil that asked the question looks into the data of. Part of the advantage that that gives you is it gives you the perspective not just from your network. So if you from your network do a ping or a trace route, you see how your traffic leaves your network and goes to the destination that you've been asking for. One of the advantages that, well, that platform provides is you can go, I would like to see how my network here in Riga is visible from Taiwan, for example, or visible from South Africa. And you can then begin to do measurements to see how the rest of the world reaches you, not just how you reach it. Again, thinking of that kind of both ways of how packets go back and forth. Because the internet did indeed give us something that its predecessor, the telephony, didn't. So in telephony, there used to be a dedicated circuit and a central office where everything was centralized, and you would have a circuit that all your traffic would go through, and if something were to happen to that circuit or to that central office, your connection would be disrupted. The internet, as the evolution of that, provided us with packet switching, which allowed you to send your packets through multiple paths, again, creating more dependencies on more other networks. But the idea was always that there will always be a way to route around damage, which we've seen in effect in cases like this. So making it a better option than its predecessor. But like I said, you're still reliant on others to carry your traffic and deliver it for you, which they may or may not be facing issues. The tools that I brought up during my talk earlier look into different aspects of this, whether it's from a DNS side, whether it's from the resources side, whether it's from others. Please look at that slide, talk to my colleagues. There's probably something, like I said, these are all free of use that you can use in your day-to-day. You might find something interesting for you to help you with your resilience aspect of this. And maybe to end on something that I also mentioned in my talk, we talked a little bit about RPKI and what that did. As we're talking now on dependencies on other networks, I mentioned another acronym called ASPA, which allows you now to verify and validate your upstreams. Again, thinking of that supply chain aspect that I was talking about. So now that you've kind of ensured that people can validate who you are, now you're trying to validate also your upstreams as you go, allowing for more routing security on the internet.
Right. To the point about diversity, and then we might go back to the audience and actually pick your views, because we have a little game plan to actually address the question to you guys in the audience about what you think resiliency means and where should be the main focus areas. But before moving to that, maybe the tension or the relationship between diversity and capacity. And we see an attempt at the EU level. There are a lot of discussions to actually bring more diversity in the software landscape. Today, actually, the European Commission is about to announce its so-called tech sovereignty package, where there is a strategy focusing on open source and procurement for public sector bodies in that sense. But more generally, we also see an attempt to facilitate mergers and acquisition in the telecom sector. There seems to be a push for towards more concentration in the market. How do you approach these conversations in the ministry? We heard from you that the Latvian market was very dynamic, very diverse. Maybe you can talk a bit more about where you see the debates moving here in Latvia about this.
Yes, it's very important for us also answering the question. We are a lot of thinking of diversification and capacity building, but it requires a lot of resources actually, and financial resources not always is available to Latvia, like a small country. And we generally very hard support this DNA Act, and especially this idea improving connectivity, developing cross-border satellite communication services that we see as one of the diversification tools, and also strengthening the digital single market. But Latvia takes a cautious view regarding excessive centralization, especially in areas where swift, flexible and locally tailored action is required. It is essential to ensure that new framework doesn't reduce the ability of national authorities to act actively, including in crisis situations or in specific geographic conditions, such as border regions. Therefore, Latvia emphasizes the need to preserve member states' right to apply stricter security and resilience measures, especially in these areas. And we also would like to apply stricter measures, like I said, in border areas, and because there is increased geopolitical risk, and this might include additional security requirements for electronic communication infrastructure, restrictions on high-risk suppliers, stricter requirements for network redundancy and continuity, as well as specific conditions for the use of radio frequency spectrum and the provision of critical communication in emergency situations.
Right. Any reaction? Anyone wants to comment? Is there a shortage of investment and capacity, and how governments might help? That would be the closing remark, or before moving to the Kahoot game.
Maybe slightly connected topic again for the cable. What's next? We have decided to make additional investment on a sensoring system, which is called DAS, Distributed Acoustic Sensing. It's very well-known technology, used already on many undersea cables, also on the land. A bit different technology, but the goal is to get the sensoring data. And what the DAS system provides, it basically gives you a precise point of vibration, very precise location. So, for example, if some bad shadow fleet anchor is approaching, so we can have like 10-minute heads-up warning before the incident. Of course, the sensor will not prevent the damage, but we will know earlier. And we would provide this information to the Navy, to the military. And what is more interesting is that we are in a close connection with NATO community, with right contacts, and NATO has developed and already run into production the system called Mainsail, which is a global thing, and it's one of the areas is Baltic Sea. And what Mainsail provides, it's using, of course, AI and correlates all kinds of possible sensors, including from cables, from drones, whatever, the AIS system. So basically correlates and provides to the military the situation awareness, what's happening. But the main point, what I wanted to highlight, there is lately discussion growing in industry, in communication industry, and the cable owners, that there is some part of opinion that putting the sensors on the cables, this is becoming like a more interesting target for the enemy. But we think that's wrong thinking, wrong idea. It's kind of ostrich thinking, to put the head in the sand and think that nothing will happen, and the Russians or the enemies will not touch the cable because there is no sensor. We believe this is wrong. So we have to put as much sensors as possible on the cables to have the situation, to have the picture. If the cable breaks, we fix it, but it's the visibility for military that's critical. And the fun fact is that the DAS system, it's maybe not known by Russians, but the DAS system keeps working because there are two devices on both ends. Even though the cable is cut, there are two sensors.
Any more reaction? Dimitris?
Yeah, so continuing the topic on the policy making and what adjustments have to be made. There are different regulations which European Union comes up with, but to be honest, we are very slow to adapt. So Baiba said that we are living in quite tough times from the cybersecurity perspective. The amount of threats are rising, but European Union are quite slow to react. On paper, we are a unified mechanism. On practice, it's not like so. So basically, each country for itself. There are some synchronization mechanisms, but there are no unified action mechanisms which can be taken. As an example, so there's one very bright example. There's a company called Stark Industry Solutions. It was founded February 10th, 2022, so 2 weeks before Russian invasion. Late in the second half of the 2022, we started noticing that in a majority of DDoS attacks which were coming to our networks, there are presence of Stark Industry Solution IP addresses. So basically, they're acted like a hosting provider throughout the Europe. They purchase different capabilities and so on. But what they were doing, their equipment was being used for cyber attacks inside the Europe. So we started to raise alarms in the second half of 2022. The result? Well, Europe was very fast and determined. And in 2025, 3 years after the first indicators, they have sanctioned the Stark Industry Solutions. Very, very fast and determined actions. What has been done so far? So Stark Industry Solutions are reorganized into different companies and continue to operate. Luckily, on May 18th, there were news that in Netherlands, 800 servers were seized, owned by this company, and 2 persons were arrested. But this example shows that as a mechanism and as such, we are very slow to react. We do not have the means how we can address those questions. That's both the question for the policymakers and for organization as RIPE as well. So what are we doing in case of if someone knowingly abuses the system and acts like a malicious actor, and we know it. So basically, that was the actions in the plain sight. So this is a topic we should consider, how we can safeguard ourselves and react faster. And regarding how we can provide and ensure that all the neighbors, upstream providers, and so on are complying with different best practices and so on. So that, I would say, is an open question in a telecom world. Because, for example, for data centers, you have different certification. You get uptime tier certification, you have different ISO certifications. If you want to work with the credit cards or in the payment industry, you have the PCI DSS certification. What is the certification to prove that you are acting according to best practices in telecom? So there are none. There is like cybersecurity, ISO 27001, There are some minor simplification or business continuity, but for telecoms we have the best practices. Maybe that's the way to go to implement some kind of certifications, and you know that your neighbor or your partner is bringing the security on the table, and he knows what's going on in his network and acts accordingly. So some open questions which we should consider and understand how we are moving forward within the European framework as well.
Well, I believe this is being contemplated at the EU level also, with the many files on the table, the Cybersecurity Act and others. Again, any last reaction, or we turn to the audience? Well, time flies, but we reserved a bit of time to actually have a little game. We love to encourage for active participation. We are a community at RIPE, and we also like to pick the views of people in the audience. So can we pull the question on the screen? And basically this is a Kahoot where you will have a QR code and a pin that you can scan from your phone. And the main question will be basically about, and I see Vahan taking the mic, what's on your mind?
Okay, guys, if you need also this screen, we can switch it on. Is it okay for you to use these screens?
I think you can switch it on, yeah.
Can we switch this on as well? Oh, we have switched it off for the panelists.
Thank you. So basically the main question will be, and is it on me to click? Yeah. Basically, the same question to the audience about what resilience means in terms of your operations, and perhaps reflecting on what you've heard from the panelists of what has been missing. Did we cover the full spectrum, and what is really coming to your mind? And then we will have a couple of words popping up on the screen. You have 40 seconds to pick a word, a concept, or something that is coming to your mind, a priority focus area, a solution. And then I will ask each and every speaker to actually react before closing the discussion. Just try not to repeat the keywords that are in the title of the panel session, that we be innovative. So what do we have? No night shifts, yeah, for maintaining operations up and running and uptimes. Redundancy is one of the biggest keywords. Peace of mind, well, that depends. Currently, it's probably not what comes first. Backups of everything, well, as we heard from the panelists, there is a tension between capacity and cost. So capacity and redundancy is, there are some trade-offs to be operated here. Self-defense, in terms of also having more of a security angle to the discussion. What's coming to your minds? Maybe we can have a last round of takes from each and every speaker. Yeah, Evis, you want to step in?
Okay, my favorite by far is no night shifts. So I think this is cool. Yeah.
This is what you're experiencing these days?
Yeah. I would say that last year, February, it was 28 days, the shortest months of the year. There were 3 big storms fixing the cable, but nevertheless we fixed it within 4 weeks, and that was kind of, we thought before that it will happen. The question was, would it happen and when, which year? So the incident happened. It was like a opening experience for everybody on all the possible levels. So we had the plans before, but there were night shifts like for the whole month. So that was heavy, yeah.
I can continue?
Beba, yes.
Well, I don't see the word automation there, but in my mind that's something that we should be thinking about and striving forward, because obviously the human resources are the most precious ones that we have, and that goes in hand with the night shifts, etc. And how to achieve it, we have to automate as much as possible. Detection, reaction, of course to the limit where we can trust algorithms and machines. But still, at least in small countries like in Baltics, we see and we feel a lot difficulties of finding people, finding people talent, and keeping the talent. And once we have it, we have to make sure that they don't work night shifts, that they don't burn out. So there has to be a lot of effort, in my opinion, to put into direction that we can ensure redundancies and all kind of automated processes running without our immediate attention. Otherwise, we just can't keep up. We just can't be fast enough, because everyone needs specialists, everyone needs people responsible for redundancy, resilience, etc., etc. So the number of people is limited. The only way out of it is that we automate. And of course, AI. Hello.
First mention of AI in that
Exactly.
conversation. With
We have to.
After all, Dimitris, moving on to you.
I will combine different options, and I would say that resilience for me is a good night's sleep. So basically, that's a peace of mind and no night shifts. We are all, I guess, here responsible for some part of the network and for different critical functions. And ability to go and enjoy our free time outside the work and sleep peacefully is very important, and not to think, hey, well, something might happen. Well, is everything okay? If I got that covered. So basically, when you switch off your PC, you don't think about what might happen to the network. You know that everything is covered. You are redundant, you are diversified, you are automated. Of course, we will have some night shifts, something will happen, but that won't be a severity level like crisis, but that will be moderate severity level when we have to address some issues. But well, we should have the system which has quite good failovers, which is redundant and diversified.
Yes, as the ministry, we have a lot of work. It just works actually, and as I mentioned, there must have a lot of resources, and actually we are trying to seek different kind of players and interested parties to share this network and to put together all the investments to improve this network's resilience. It's on our actually every day we are working with that, and it's a very hot topic for us.
Isham, how things work?
So yes, similar to previous people that mentioned the no nights shifts and the peace of mind. I hear you, those 3 a.m. calls are horrible. That siren that your monitoring system does when something goes wrong still haunts me till today, so I absolutely see that. But I do think what's telling, especially here in Riga, it might have been influenced by some of the discussions, and but the cables and more cables. I think that's something that is really felt here, maybe more than other places, which just speaks to that importance of talking and sharing different experiences, because what you might see as a critical thing, others might not, and they might have something else. This is very telling for the region here.
And that's a wrap. So thank you. Please join me in a round of applause to for the speakers. I think we are running out of time. I see the clock, and I think we can wrap that up. And I will give now the floor to Vahan. There was a picture plan, right? Yeah. Please join me with the round of applause for our delighted speakers, please.
Thanks so much to our brilliant panelists and our exceptional moderator. Please don't go. We will make a picture of panelists and you. Welcome. Can you please make it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not the manager of this. This person is managing that. Yeah. Please tell them what to do, how to do, when to do. Exceptional. And now we are not going. Please join us here, and after that we'll go to the lunch and be back after the lunch here. Please come here. Join us. This is the family picture. You can make these smiley faces. Come here. We need you. Because these are the moments in the life. This will not happen again. Something new and another crazy thing will happen, but not this one. Please come here. We need everybody. Piotr, Alex. Angela. Come here, please. Welcome back, and we are starting our conference today. Are you okay, or do you want to have a bit sleep? Both. You're okay and you want a bit sleep. Okay. In that case, no, we will not have a sleep. We will have a small session. Wait a minute. Session. Okay, not now. So the question is, we need your passion and participation, and for that we will have a small, let's say, competition or small engagement effort. So, I guess when you came here and you saw the presentations, and you haven't seen the presentations yet, but the panel itself, and you see the agenda with all these good presentations that might be useful, in your mind, you maybe thought, oh, this might be useful for this person. If you haven't thought about that, can you please think for a moment who can be more interested with these presentations, with this event, and they are not here. If you can think about that, please think for a minute. If you can think about that, and if you can invite this person who have special prizes for you. So for a person, and we just believe you, for a person that will invite 3 representatives of this technical community that might be interested in this event today or tomorrow, we will have a special prize. Socks? Not socks, socks. And they are great, they are great. You can see it here. Really nice socks. Yeah. And for a person that will invite 5 people now, and we again believe you can tell that I have invited 3 or I have invited 5. We will provide this beautiful, useful, you know what is it? It is a measurement tool. Is it an internet measurement tool? Almost, almost. We can measure cables, exactly. We can measure cables, and this is branded meter. Oh, and you can measure everything. Well, not pinks, but however. Yeah, you can also measure myself. Yep. Thank you. And we have also another, let's say, gift for a person that will invite just one person. Yeah. This is a good baggage tag. So just come to me after the presentation and tell me how many people you have invited. And we'll give it to you. That's it for now, and thank you. You can start inviting these people, and we are going to the next presentation, and that will be implemented by Alex Semeniaka, my colleague. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I would like to correct Vahan. He said that we will have a lot of good presentations during this event. No. Actually, that's not true. This is the very last good presentation. All others will be just great. I want to be specific about that. Okay. Yeah, we have our slides. First of all, this is the presentation covering the real measurements. I'm not going to introduce you our tools we have theoretically, like, we have this one, you can do something with this, and we have that one, and you can do something with that. We do have some measurement tools, starting from this guy, I showed you. Yeah, that's our measurement tool. But also we have another instruments like RIPE Atlas, RIPE RIS, and I used them to analyze the interconnectivity in the region, interconnectivity between countries. How traffic goes from one country to another between Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Okay, first, an overview of the physical infrastructure. It was a bit discussed during the panel discussion at the beginning. We have not that many cross-border links according to ITU data. Well, ITU data are not always complete, to be honest, so I'm completely ready to find out that we have some more. But, officially, there are just 5 cross-border links, not that many. If we take a look on the telegeography data, usually they are more reliable. We see that we have a lot of undersea cables, and undersea cables are the topic of the next presentation by my colleague Emil. Most of them are not inside the region, except this small one here. So probably the region is quite hermetic. It should not be that much vulnerable to, undersea infrastructure issues, but we will see the reality a little bit later. And I will continue the overview with the control plane. To analyze control plane, we have our RIPE-RIS, that's the important measurement tool, which is gathering BGP data, just storing it, and everybody without SMS and registrations can access this data to do their own analysis, and that's what I did. And I found that each player in the region has diversified connections, a lot of external connections from each country. So I had to filter out them somehow. And the next ISN, first next hop outside of the country, is some ISN, autonomous system. Unfortunately, geolocation of the autonomous system, it's much more complex task, maybe not even solvable sometimes, than the geolocation of the single IP address. So we have here only countries of the autonomous system registration, and we will see how, which neighbors do we have inside the region. We will start, and about numbers. We have these limitations because I would not be able to show you all connections. So I filter smallest ones and left the main ones, and that's the number how did this filtering, how it was done, sorry. So that's the diagram for Lithuania, and we see that Lithuania has really diversified connections, and not only in terms of the number of large external players, but also in the size of neighbors outside. You see that it's decreasing quite gradually. And that's a good picture, actually, completely natural situation. If we switch to Estonia, then the situation is quite different. You see that each player has its own main neighbor outside. So, and the size of these external neighbors are more or less equal. And Latvia, geographically, it's in between Lithuania and Estonia, and in this sense, we have completely the same. In general, the picture is similar to Lithuanians, but the size is more diversified, so that's something from, in general, it looks like Estonia, but in terms of sizes, it's a little bit more similar to Lithuania. Okay, that's the basics. And now we will switch to the real measurements. I did some measurements with RIPE Atlas tool. And first, I would like to explain what did I measure and how, what exactly I did. And then I will present results. Oops. Yeah. So I took RIPE Atlas probes from one country and ran trace routes from them to all RIPE Atlas probes in other countries. In our case, 2 other countries, right? So each probe from, say, Lithuania trace routed all probes in Latvia and Estonia, and so on. Same for Estonia, same for Latvia. And then I gathered all IPs in between and analyzed them. Of course, in traceroute, we see some asterisks. The hop didn't answer. It happens. Or we saw like private addresses. They could not be geolocated. But everything else were geolocated manually, not with some automation tool, not from the registration data. It was the real geolocation of 2,700 IP addresses. Then results were analyzed because some probes, unfortunately, can have bad behavior. I found, for example, probe or improper registration data. For example, I found the probe which is registered in Latvia, but then obviously the owner took this probe with them when they moved to Vietnam. And now this Latvian probe works in Vietnam. I started measurements when it was Latvian probe. Now it's Vietnamese probe, but it's still working. You know, it's still providing the data. That should be filtered out, obviously. Things like that should be revealed, should be analyzed, and should be filtered out. Then, if I had a sequence of same country, I collapsed it to the single country. And it includes asterisks in between to make final diagrams simpler. For example, if I had Poland, then I collapsed it just to Poland. And I had some trace like this. And finally, results were compiled into Sankey diagrams, which are easy to understand, or maybe not that easy, but easier than something else. Okay. Also, I added an RTT analysis because traceroute can be understood as a ping with some additional information, because if traceroute went up to the final destination, we have an RTT from this node. And we can use this RTT for some analysis. And of course, we have some extra data. So I did that and analyzed that accordingly to the, our usual understanding what is good and what is bad. Like if we have less than 20 milliseconds, just perfect. Just perfect, that's it. If we have more than 200 milliseconds, that's definitely bad and nothing to discuss. And something in between. Also, when it comes to RTT, it's worth to know, to remember, sorry, that RTT is actually, in the modern world, when we have no delays on the equipment, it was not like this even 20 years ago, but now interfaces are fast. These queues on interfaces didn't take too much time. Delays due to the congestion could be minimized if we take the minimal value for each direction. Then you will spot the moment when buffers are empty. So basically, RTT is proportional to distance. And we have this rule. 100 kilometers in fiber adds 1 millisecond in RTT. Simple rule, so we can calculate this value, relative RTT, and it tells us how many times worse the real number in comparison with the ideal one when two points are connected directly each other with straight fiber. So this analysis was added, and what I have to remind you that we are speaking of the IP things. We are working on the IP level. On the level of trace routes and pings and everything and BGP, we do not see cables. We do not see even level 2. That's not possible. There is no technological possibility to do that. So L1, L2 are hidden, and we have to remember that. Now, Atlas has some decent amount of probes, but we want more, by the way, because not every autonomous system has its own probe. Not speaking of the separate prefix, because prefixes inside one autonomous system can have different routing policies, right? But even in terms of autonomous system, Baltic countries are not saturated with probes. So if we see something, it's here, because we see this. But if we don't, maybe, completely possible that something exists, but we don't see it. That's important to remember, that we don't see everything. And if we see a lot of trace routes on some direction, on the same direction, it doesn't mean that we have a lot of traffic there. It's possible, but the correlation is not straightforward, completely not. So we are speaking of the number of paths, not of amount of traffic. That's important thing to remember. And yes, something can be hidden just because some hubs cannot be geolocated, as I said before. Of course, the situation I describe is relevant to the time of measurements. Literally next second, it would change. So I cannot promise you that the current situation on the wire will be exactly like this. But to be honest, probably there is no sufficient chance, okay? So let's go for pairs of countries. How traffic goes between Latvia and Lithuania. That's the full picture, and it's really, really cumbersome to analyze. So we will not spend too much time looking on it, but we will spot several observations. We have small, quite strange paths. First of all, we have some paths through Russia, between, where is the Russia here, somewhere here. Here we have it. We have some paths through Ukraine. I'm from Ukraine, I'm based in Ukraine. You are definitely welcome, but we have a war. So probably it's not that wise to rely on our infrastructure at the moment. And we have some traffic through United States. We will analyze these cases a little bit better. And of course, we see a lot of paths through Central Europe. And that's something to be discussed as well. If we filter out filter out small paths and leave only main ones, then we have this picture, which I would say, in general, quite healthy. We have a lot of direct paths between two countries. This line and this line are direct interaction. We have these question marks, we cannot geolocate them, but most probably a large part of them are direct as well. So this line, if we knew the geolocation of these hosts, then they would be here. And this United States, yeah, that's United States node, that's basically, that's a Starlink. So, okay, not far from optimal, but still not something critical. I will mention it later. About RTT, well, we have a large part of RTTs inside the green part, so that's completely acceptable RTTs, but still we have some pike here. 20 to 50 seconds, a lot of RTTs live here, and that's not that good. Actually, these RTTs here are because traffic goes to the Central Europe and then comes back. Probably it's not that good for some applications. So something to think of. Speaking of the relative RTT, we see that way too much cables are not optimal. You see the huge amount of cables are 5 times or 10 times or 25 times less optimal than they should be. So probably something to be analyzed and something to be reflected as well. But still we have, well, reasonable amount of RTTs in the green zone. Latvia, Estonia. Once again, they are neighbors. And for neighbors, they have really messy picture of interactions between each other. So, except with the high level of traffic that goes through different countries outside of the region, we have also a high level of tromboning. When traffic is inside the region but goes in some weird direction, like it goes from Estonia first to Lithuania somehow, and then from Lithuania it returns back to Latvia. To go to Lithuania, it should go through Latvia, right? So the general behavior of this traffic is a little bit strange. Some absolutely abnormal paths are here through, say, Venezuela or India. Not that many of them. I would admit that just a few of them, but still sometimes we have such pathological cases. And if we summarize it somehow to make picture easier, you see that picture is not that easy that it was in the previous case. And we have this traffic through other countries, neighbor countries, but still outside of the region, quite significant. And of course, the tromboning is still here. You see Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. Or Estonia, Latvia, Estonia, Latvia. Probably it should be better, I think. It's my opinion. It's up to you. It's you to decide. But I would do, it's more optimal. Regarding RTTs, we have, again, we have a lot of values in the green zone, but still, there's still Central Europe and Northern Europe as well influence quite high. it's here and it's even shifted to upper values, as you see. And we have here, now we have this high pike. It's not 100. It's summarized from 100 to infinity. So 100, 150, 200, all of them live here. So this number of RTTs, well, I would say would be a little bit alarming. And of course, what we would expect from the relative RTT, yes, we still have some green zone, which is fine, but a lot of values outside of the green zone, and we have this spike even higher here. Last pair of countries, Estonia, Lithuania, they are not neighbors. Traffic should go through some other countries, presumably Latvia, in the ideal case, right? Not always. Yes, we do have Latvia here. That's true. We have Latvia here, we have Latvia here. We have direct directions, so that means that there is L2 topology, which goes through, presumably, Latvia, but there is no L3 hubs on hub there, so we don't see these in traceroute. But we also have a lot, all Europe here, with quite a high way, quite a highway. If we filter out all small routes, we will still have the complicated picture with a lot of interactions. And as I said, unfortunately, direct connections and connections through Latvia the number of them are less than it's reasonable to expect. And when we speak about the diversification of the connectivity, it's really important to have reserved infrastructure. We want to have several alternative cables and so on when we speak about the operator. But if we speak of the interaction between countries, the country diversification is not the best idea because it makes your connectivity more fragile. It increases the landscape of vulnerability and so on. So that's not a good idea to have many countries between countries inside the region. So due to the distance, we have a lot of reasonable RTTs. So from the business point of view, this picture is not alarming. That's fine because a lot of RTTs are inside the green area. We still have this Central and Northern Europe pike here, but it's appropriate. But from the resiliency perspective, that's not something really positive. And when it comes to relative RTTs, you see that the general situation with cable optimality is not pathological, it's even not bad, but it's quite mediocre, I would say. So some analysis regarding USA and Canada in these paths. That's all about Starlink. Well, we are ignoring India and Venezuela because that's rare cases of just small amount of trace routes, really tiny amount of trace routes. But US is clearly visible. So I analyzed this case, and it's everything about Starlink. Somehow, for stations of Starlink in Lithuania, the company decides to send traffic to the Earth station in the United States. They have Earth station nearby in Poland, but it's not used. They use American Earth station, and because of this, traffic goes there and then returns back to Europe. First of all, it's not about backbones or something, it's individual connections. So it's probably it's not that critical for the industry, but still may be important because Starlink can be used for some important purposes. So something to think of, but once again, individual who bought this station, this device, cannot influence the decision. So it's not up to the Starlink users, it's not up to the industry. That may be a question to be discussed between local regulators if it's important. Maybe it's not. I'm not insisting that it's something to, to take care of really urgently. Maybe that's fine, but if it's important, then the question to local regulators who can ask questions to Starlink. Regarding Russia, I know that people in the region are concerned about interactions through Russia, that traffic can be under surveillance or, can be modified and so on. So the analysis showed that it's not the intention of local players. It's not somebody decided to use Russian neighbors to, to send traffic there. It's all about large operators. I don't know how to read it. Aurelion, okay, is sending traffic from Estonia it's taking traffic from Estonia, sends it to Finland, and then traffic goes to Russia. Or Telia, taking traffic in Lithuania and sends it to their Russian router. Or Hurricane Electric or Reton. That the global networks, and they are sending traffic in the direction is optimal from their perspective. They have underloaded channels, or they have internal policy. They don't care about locality because they don't have to. Global players never will think of the localization of traffic or sovereignty or something like this. Never. That's not their question. They are trying to earn money in the most efficient way. They are optimizing flows according to this task. And it's completely possible that this traffic will go to the direction you don't want it to go. That's because you choose to send traffic through the global player. I don't mean that you should not go to global players to send traffic, but you have to decide what to send there and what to leave inside your region. So, that's repeating what I said. If you need this traffic localization, if you don't want to send traffic somewhere you don't know where, if you want to be safe and secure in terms of geopolitics, you have to think which traffic you are going to send to these global operators. Otherwise, this traffic is not under your control. And regarding Germany and Netherlands, well, there's no, probably, I hope, there's no geopolitical risks. But still, when you send traffic to DECX or AM6, you add 25 milliseconds to RTT. And it might be important for some applications. So it's wise to think a little bit which traffic should be exchanged on those beautiful IXPs. They are really important things. It's perfectly fine to exchange traffic there, but probably not this local one. Probably that's a good idea to think of the localization with the local traffic exchange inside the region and do some extra efforts in this sense. And regarding neighbor countries, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, they all of them are visible on these diagrams, which is probably not that bad to use them. They are not that far, especially Sweden, but to get to them, you need to use these undersea cables. And that makes the general interaction more fragile. So maybe it can be used as a backup route and everything, but maybe it's better to think of the same approach for this traffic as well, to localize it here. And if something happens here, it can go under the sea, because that's just more secure. So, another observation, by the way, that this interaction, cross-border interaction, is severely asymmetrical. It's not a catastrophe, it's not a huge problem, but still it increases the vulnerability landscape that can influence your infrastructure if something happens, because your capacity planning may not reflect this fact. So it's typical. Modern internet is completely asymmetrical. 80 to 90% of internet is asymmetrical, but it can be solved the same natural way, establishing some local points of localization, points of traffic exchange, specifically for the local traffic. I see, that's my personal opinion, but I clearly see the lack of significant IXPs in the region for the region. And Latvia is the center of the region. So it's natural for Latvia to be this regional hub. Not insisting, but something to think of. So, some conclusions. Yes, the interconnectivity is well developed. A lot of things are completely healthy, but still we have some room for improvement. We discussed that already. So I will not repeat everything, the short wordings you have on the screen. And I think that the role of local IXP should be increased. I think that it's necessary to perform an explicit analysis of critical infrastructure components in terms of connectivity, in terms of real routing, in terms of capacity planning, according to the analysis I made. And the monitoring is a key. And you have our tools. We have RIPE Atlas, we have RIPE RIS, we have this thing for you. Please use them. We did them for you to use. We did not develop them for us. So we need some more probes. We need some more anchors. And by the way, if you can help us, we have some probes on the desk there. So if you can install them, please, and you don't have probe at the moment, please approach my colleagues and they will give you a probe to be installed. That's important. If you have opportunity to install an anchor, which is a bigger device, it's more important, it's more, we pay more attention to anchors. But if it fits your operational procedures, please discuss it with my colleagues as well. If you have any questions or any ideas to share, comments or anything, please do.
So that's where the applause is to you can put it there, to Alex Semenyaka. Thanks, Alex. And now we will go deeper into the water, right? Into the water. And I have my colleague Emil Aben, and we will have the presentation on green one, I guess. No, not one, not that one. Next. Yes. Yeah, they'll put it, one moment. And we'll have the presentation, and the presentation name is?
I would have to look on the slide what the exact name is, but it is about submarine cables.
And again about the measurements.
And about measurements, of course, yes. Thank you. The exact title is How We See Submarine Cable Outages with RIPE Atlas. So, and before I dive into the topic, I briefly want to mention our platform, RIPE Labs, labs.ripe.net. A lot of the analysis that we do ends up here. For instance, well, there's two of the analysis I did around the submarine cable outages in this region, deeper dives of that. If you have your own content that you would really like to promote, come talk to us, because it's quite well read. So that's me as an author. I did 105 articles and counting. So if you want to read more about internet resilience, also in the Ukraine, IXP outages, that type of stuff, I'd like to dig into that topic. And we have a lot of data with RIPE RIS and RIPE Atlas around these topics. So, and now I'm going to take you back in time. November 2024. This region received quite a lot of international attention around damage of submarine cables. And here's a bit of a timeline of some of the events that actually happened. The BCS East-West outage, the Sea Lion outage, and the LVRTC outage. One thing to notice here already is sort of like the outage and restoration times. It's typically a week, 2 weeks, which I think is pretty good. In other parts of the world, this is much more complicated. So this is what made how the world got to know this. There was a lot of media coverage around these events. Specifically speculation on, is this sabotage? And then I heard a lot of voices from the cable industry actually saying, cable damage happens all the time, no big deal. So this talk is not about this. It's excellent talk for the dinner later. This talk is about what the actual effects are on the internet when something like this happens. And this slide was earlier before in the morning was already visible. We have this platform, RIPE Atlas, and Alex also talked about it. It's a global network of devices measuring the internet. 13,000 probes and 800 plus anchors deployed, so it's a lot of measurement data that we are collecting. And one really cool feature for the anchors, so that's the 1U server type hardware. They're typically in data centers, so they're quite well provisioned, quite stable. They measure in a mesh. So all of these devices measure towards all of the other devices. So we basically have an interconnected network all across the world of things measuring each other. They do pings, they do trace routes. The pings are in 4-minute intervals, and so if you think of, they do this in IPv4 and of course in IPv6, and if you do the math, that's for every 4-minute interval, that's about 1.5 million data points in this whole mesh. So it's a wealth of data that we're actually collecting here. So coming back to the cable outages. 17, 18 November 2024, the BCS East-West had a problem, and then the day after, the Sea Lion cable. And here you see a visualization that my colleague Alan actually made. If you just look at, that's the Sea Lion, and that's the BCS East-West, and if you just think of, as a proxy for can we measure this damage, we actually looked at the path between anchors in one side of the cable, in the country on one side of the cable, and the other side. So that gives you the highest chance that these paths actually traverse these cables. If you look at their deployment, you can see Germany, 100 at that point. We actually are a bit better now. Sweden is 15, Finland 12, Lithuania 5. It's still sort of like 5 is my minimum. 5 actually means that there's a 20% chance that what you're measuring actually is an anchor local effect. So having these numbers higher will actually give you a better diversity in the types of signals that you're collecting. But more on this deployment later and how we would like to improve that. And here's actually what we see, and this is it's a bit of an information-dense graph, so let me spend some time trying to explain it. You see here this is time. So this is a full day for the BCS East-West outage. So this, and what you see here over time is the latency effects between Sweden and Lithuania over time, and each line here is a single pair, anchor pair between these countries. And if you see this light color, that actually means we saw the baseline latency. So the latency is close to the minimum that we observed over this period. And if you see orange here, that means the latency went up over the baseline. The brightest orange is 25 milliseconds. I hope that explains this part of the visualization. On top here, you actually see an average of the latencies and also an average packet loss. And the packet loss is this blue blackish color. So can you guess what time the outage happened? Well, let me just put the line there. This is the time. You could actually see here that the latencies for maybe 10% of the 10-20% of the path just took a little jump. So, and this is at 8 in the morning on 17 November, and this is actually the exact time that we got from external sources that this outage happened. So yes, we can detect this with our RIPE Atlas anchors. But the nice thing here is that if you look at the loss the average loss before and after, there's no noticeable differences. And that's good, right? Same for the sea lion outage. There's again, you see here, and I think this is 2 a.m. in the morning, yes. Similar pattern, right? At the same time, many of the paths had a little jump in their latency, and again, the packet loss, there was some packet loss before and packet loss after, but you don't see wild swings happening around the time where the latency increases. And of course, also interesting to mention is this light-colored part of the graph indicates things that didn't see any latency effects, so they probably didn't route through this cable to begin with. So no significant packet loss. So all is nice and dandy in these 2 cases. So, and this is actually what a repair looks like on RIPE Atlas. We heard from a cable repair ship. This time they said, we're moving out of here, we're going for the next cable. Our repairs are finished. And well, we saw this thing, and I don't know what it is. But what I find more interesting actually is if you look, there's like, there's a little step pattern here. So people are shifting back to the low latency path in steps. So minor latency latency shifts, 10, 20 milliseconds for 20 to 30% of path, and no concurrent packet loss. So the conclusion, in as far as we can see with RIPE Atlas, the internet routed around the damage in this case. Next thing was we tried to understand how it actually, what the parts are that actually make this happen. So initial analysis was ping data, and then we tried to do an in-depth analysis using traceroute data. And actually, this visualization, I think it's really cool, because this part here is, okay, let me explain. These 2 things are anchors, and these are different networks that route, that we see in the trace routes. You see a segment here, a red segment that got severed. That's actually the cable that we physically had in our hands this morning. This was the LVRTC outage, and we saw, and I believe this network was Retten, actually had a redundant path through Helsinki, and for this part, actually we saw the same IP addresses, it's just a different layer 1 path. So it's these types of effects that we wanted to look at. And we look at 3 levels of resiliency here. First one, let me start at the bottom here, is the circuit level rerouting. So if you buy capacity on a cable, you buy it either protected or unprotected. And protected typically means you don't have to worry about the backup. Whoever you buy the service from gives you that capacity, the backup capacity on another cable. So in our data, if before and after an outage we see the same set of IP addresses, we see a shift in latency, we classify that as a circuit level rerouting. If we see a latency shift, and we see the same set of ASs, but different IP addresses, it is actually interdomain rerouting. So that is a network through its internal routing protocols. There's a circuit that goes dead, and you just route around it within your network. And finally, if you cannot reach a destination anymore, you withdraw the route. So people are able to route around you. So that's the BGP side of this. And if we look at, well, this is a complex methodology. It's all described in the RIPE Labs article. We see all three of these things happening in the data that we collect. So there's circle level rerouting, there's intra-domain rerouting, and inter-domain rerouting happening. And for the inter-domain rerouting, I would actually like to do a forward reference to a talk tomorrow by my colleague Thies. He's going to talk about RIS, which is a platform where we collect BGP data. This was all done on RIPE Atlas data. So this is latency and traceroute data. So now we saw it's not always the case that there's enough capacity in a region. And a good example, or a bad example, I should say, is this event that happened. It's a landslide off the coast of Côte d'Ivoire that damaged multiple cables. And this is what that looks like in our data, in RIPE Atlas. As you can see, it's already quite messy before, but at least the packet loss here is stable. The event happening here, and then you just see massive packet loss. So that's, and you see all kinds of different patterns emerging. This is what it looks like if it's not good. So this is lots of latency increase and packet loss. Oh, this one should have been out. And now we saw the good. We also saw the bad. And so I have a third case, which actually is not the ugly, but is the mystery. So this is something that I cannot explain from our data. So I would like to have some clues from you, or maybe, as Vahan said, you know people that might have collected data around this. So this is a set of cable outages that happened last Christmas. So not not 2 Christmases ago, but last winter. So there's the CITIC cable running here, and there's 3 Aurelian cables that had problems, and an ELISA cable right there that had problems. One observation is that I couldn't find a lot of information about these events happening, actually. The information is much sparser about this. Maybe that's been done on purpose, not to scare people. Less publicity, but it's also harder to actually align this data with the data that we see with externally verified sources of truth. And this is what these outages look like. So this is a longer time frame. So this goes from the 20th to the, what did I put in? The 8th of, and this is a view from Sweden to all of the Baltic states together. And why I put all of the Baltic states together, I'll get back to that later. The view is actually similar if you look at Finland. And so what I'd hope to see is another pattern of some latency increases and no packet loss. But I actually do see there's for the packet loss, you see a daily pattern emerging. And for the latency, you also see daily patterns emerging, and that really looks like congestion. You do see 2 latency increase events, but they don't align really well with any data that I could get my hands on. So, and what's puzzling to me is why does this daily congestion emerge? So, well, this is sort of like the summary in winter 2024-2025. clear evidence in our data that the internet routes are on damage. And winter of 2025, 2026, it's a different cables, different footprints, and this is starting to stretch our measurement capability, and these congestion patterns that start appearing, I don't know what is actually going. Is that related? Is it not related? It's unclear. So some speculation, different sets of cables, different effects. Is there maybe a hidden layer of centralization? There was, for instance, a lot of Aurelian cables got severed. Is there other things that we don't see that could cause all of this? Are we lacking data from the right places? But these congestion patterns worry me a little bit. So the congestion patterns typically is links at capacity. So did your internet change in a year? Was this a Christmas holiday effect? Although I looked last year and I didn't see any of these congestion patterns appearing. I think it's unlikely that this is like DDoS or anything like that related. I'm just mentioning it here. Is there other shifts of traffic happening? So I really would be grateful if people could share some stories from the ground on the mic, or later. Later, I'll be around today and tomorrow, and I'll have an email address here if you just want to contact me that way. What are the stories on the ground for this event? Well, I think as a larger topic, it's really interesting to collect the stories around outages. If we take the example of the Iberia Peninsula, like Spain and Portugal, when they had their outages, and I presented similar research there at the RIPE meeting in Lisbon, I had a lot of stories in the hallways with people sharing all kinds of things that they could only share in private. Some were actually shared on stage there as well. But these stories are really useful also for other communities to understand what you should think about when something goes wrong. As for the congestion patterns, I actually had a student work on this, and we can actually do better congestion detection at the scale of RIPE Atlas. It's currently too heavyweight to have in production, so we're looking for lightweight detection mechanisms here. And I think it's important to work towards a better measurement footprint. Where do we actually put our measurement points? So, and this is also where to what Alex was talking about. We would love to have more RIPE Atlas anchors. I'll leave this here. This takes you to the page where you can actually learn more and maybe apply for these anchors. If you know of people that run networks that are really important for the local topology, that's the places where you probably want to put these. Because this is our current deployment. So 4 anchors in Estonia, in 1 city, in 4 ASNs. Latvia, 1 anchor, and Lithuania, 4 anchors. And so we want these to be in important points in the topology. Our current approach on a per country basis is to get some diversity. You don't want all of these 5 anchors in exactly the same data center in the same operator. To have some diversity, we chose to aim for at minimum 5 anchors in at least 3 cities, in at least 3 networks. But then, my animation isn't working. This was supposed to go away, so you could actually see that the 3 cities per country might not be the right approach for the Baltics. Because if you look at PeeringDB, you only see significant interconnection happening in Tallinn, in Riga, and in Vilnius. So maybe we shouldn't try to aim for 3 cities. So for this, for the deployment, it's important to understand the local topology, and that's also why it's great to come to the Baltics to actually talk with people about this. So, there was supposed to be another slide here. Because I wanted to summarize that the two things I would like to get out of this for you to understand the measurement capabilities that we have and where we need your help, and I would hope that we could also collect some local stories around these events, write them up and combine them with the measurement data we have. So with that, I leave it to questions.
Thank you, Emil. But if we have questions, we know who to approach and when, during the coffee break, okay? Now we are going to people, in a moment, to people that are, well, giving us money, not parents, no. So who is giving you money, for example? The company itself, maybe, yes. We have some juniors here. Do your parents give you still money or not? You are giving them money. And who is giving us money? What do you think? Yes, exactly, and we love you. We love you. We love you and respect you. I guess all RIPE NCC staff can join me in this expression, right? We love them. Okay, and now we're, we have money? We love them. We love our members, not the money itself, because not the money itself. No. For sure, no. And for that money, we do have a lot of member services. And my colleague Jeremy, the lead for member services, will talk about what we do for our members, what internet resources we have here, and this is just about unlocking opportunities to use our services. You can also take this.
I'm going to use this one, I think. It's better, yeah. This is good. Does someone have the clicker? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Jeremy Walder, and I look after the member services team at the RIPE NCC. And I want to talk to you a little bit about registry services for the Baltic states. So what we're going to look at is the current situation and a little history of the internet number resources in the Baltic states, the member journey, requirements and support for members, and a little bit about the RIPE NCC, or the RIPE policies, sorry, and community participation. So first, just to start with the current situation of internet number resources in the Baltic states. So if we look here, you see currently we have 306 RIPE NCC members in this area, 138 in Estonia, 105 in Lithuania, and 63 in Latvia. End users is a little bit different. There we have the most in Latvia with 177, and the rest is divided really between Estonia and Lithuania almost equally. IPv4 allocations, this is quite interesting. You see we have 2,065 in the area, and of these actually 1,327 are in Lithuania, and the rest is divided between Estonia and Latvia. And there is a little bit of history to that, which I will explain in a minute as to why that is. IPv6 allocations, you see it does follow the same a little bit, but a lot less. And with AS numbers, that's actually quite equal. So if we look here, what you see is the LIR account development since 2019. And in fact, in 2019, this was when we had the first run out of IPv4. And what you see happening here is a lot of LAR accounts were opened at that time, particularly in Lithuania, also in Latvia, and to a certain extent in Estonia, but not so much. When the accounts were opened, of course, then the resources were assigned. And when IPv4 resources were assigned, there was already a right policy in place that meant the resources couldn't be transferred for the first 24 months. So what you see happening here is a lot of accounts were opened in 2019, and then in 2021, following the dotted lines, almost the same amount of accounts were closed again as the resources were transferred and consolidated into existing accounts. You see that tendency particularly in Lithuania, to a certain extent in Latvia, and a little bit in Estonia. We did actually get some more resources to distribute, and that was then during 2021, we finally ran out again. And you see again the same thing happened, but then only really in Lithuania, where again a huge amount of, or a large amount of LAR accounts were opened. And again, 2 years later, a lot of them were closed and consolidated. And that goes back to where you saw in the first slide why there are a lot more IPv4 allocations in Lithuania than anywhere else in this region. What you see at the bottom there, following the solid lines of new accounts opened, is that there's very little activity now since 2023. So we're always looking for new members and more people to join us. So I just wanted to show that here. So here again, you see the resource comparison of today, and there you see the relativity of the IPv4, very high in Lithuania, the other two a little bit more equal. IPv6 a little bit similar, but ASN is much more equal with Latvia with slightly more. One final slide here just on this. This shows the IPv4 allocations, IPv6 and AS numbers. And again, you see those huge spikes there in 2019 and again to a certain point in 2021. Interesting is that Estonia also had a bit of a hike there of the IPv4 allocations in 2019, although not so many accounts were open, so they were from existing accounts already. IPv6, you see, also follows a little bit. Yeah, and the rest you already saw from the other slides. So, to move forward a little bit, I wanted to take you a little bit onto the member journey. How does it actually work? So, we get these questions sometimes that people come with. Is it still possible to request IPv4 resources from us? Is it necessary to become a RIPE NCC member to request resources? Is it possible to transfer resources to another party? And also, how can I access RPKI information? So let's hope we can answer some of those now. So a question here. Which department manages the membership life cycle? Any guesses? This is pretty easy. Well, you sock for the answer. Thank you. There you are. One pair of socks for the lady over there. Congratulations, Christina, and thank you for that. So indeed, as Christina said, it's the registry. The registry is made up of 3 different departments. So we have registration services, registry monitoring, and member services. Member services is actually the team that I'm responsible for. And between the teams, we are responsible for the registration of IP addresses and ASNs. Membership administration, that's also the applications for new members, processing any updates, and also registry accuracy and investigations. I'm not even going to try to explain what the other 3 departments do, but there's enough colleagues here who will do that. So, yes, so the journey to become a member of the RIPE NCC. Basically, it's to apply online. You fill in the various information that we ask for, and we need updated company registration papers, normally valid within the last 3 months. or if somebody is applying as a natural person, their ID document needs to be uploaded. Once we have that information, we do an evaluation, reviewing and verifying the various documents we've received. We can do this mostly in country company registries for the company registration papers, and ID documents are also verified. We do sanction screening to ensure that there's no parties that are sanctioned from the applicant, and we validate the phone number. It is important that we have a valid phone number that we can reach people. So that's something that we always actually call the number that's given to make sure we can get hold of somebody if we would need to. Once that process is completed, the application is approved, and we draw up a standard service agreement, which is signed from our side and then sent to the applicant, and they're requested to sign it by a valid company signatory and return it to us within 30 days. When we receive that back, the invoice is issued. The invoice consists of a one-off sign-up fee of 1,000 euros, and then the yearly service fee, which is currently 1,850 euros per year per member, and from 2027 it will move to 1,894. If somebody joins during the year, this is prorated on a quarterly basis. Anyone can become a member of the RIPE NCC. It doesn't have to be an organization, it can also be a natural person. And as I mentioned, this is what we need, basically. The valid ID from the natural person, this is verified by a third party, and then it's immediately deleted. So we don't save that data, it's just to verify we know who we're talking to and it's the correct person applying. Financial information, billing address, if it's different from the legal address, and the email address to receive invoices. This is very important as well, because a lot of organizations now have automated processes, so it's important that this goes in the right way. We also need names and email addresses of people in the organization for administrative or technical questions, and an email address for any abuse that we can contact somebody that is valid. As I mentioned, the phone number. Once the application has been approved, invoice has been paid, and the account has been activated, access is available to our LIR portal. And what you see here is the company information filled in. This is our own account in this case, VAT number, registration number, the legal address, and so on. So that's something you can always check that it's valid. Then on the left-hand side here, you see the various parts that you can actually update yourselves. So LIR account information, billing information, any user updates of new admins or people who need to be deleted, etc. Tickets can be opened with questions or any support that's needed, and requests, of course, for resources, updates to anything there, and also transfers to other organizations or people, and the possibility to register for a general meeting. I'll touch a little bit more on that in a minute. You also have access to be able to see the following. Of course, the portal information, the resources you hold, RIPE database information, what's published there, RPKI, RIPE Stat, RIPE Atlas, and a few other small things. And yeah, so for the resource requests, IPv4 allocation. We don't have any IPv4 left, so this is a waiting list, which I will explain in just a little bit more about in a minute. Of course, IPv6 can be allocated and assigned ASN numbers, and for end users, also IPv6 assignments and ASNs. Resources transferred, as I mentioned, updates, and RPKI. So the IPv4 waiting list. So what you see here is that little blip right at the beginning in the bottom left-hand corner was the first run out in 2019. But then until 2021, we were able to allocate resources. However, you see then in 2021, the final run out. And there you see how quickly it increased the number of LARs in the queue. It is slowly, very slowly going down, and you see it blips up and down a bit. This is due to when we get resources back for various reasons, and we can redistribute them according to the waiting list. And there you see in the lower darker line the days that the first LAR has been waiting. This is slowly increasing, but not so much now, and the waiting time is currently around 18 to 24 months, depending a little bit on the time of year. Yeah, registry accuracy. This is something really that we, as the RIPE NCC, is very important for us to keep our registry accurate. There are internal records which we're responsible for and we maintain and keep up to date, and also what the member themselves are responsible for to keep up to date. So if you look in the blue box here, this is basically what we are updating ourselves here: membership contacts, billing data, other contacts. We ensure that that's up to date to the best we can. Also, there's the public registry data, which is the internet number, resource, legal organization, name holder, and contact information. So that is publicly available. And then the RIPE Who Is, which is the member's responsibility to keep updated themselves with the various parts there below. Constant Know Your Customer initiatives that we follow. The onboarding process, which I explained, the various things we check, documentation, online registries, and so on. We also have some automated monitoring in place in today's environment. Company status, legal information and addresses, sanction checks, and this is constantly ongoing in the background. So if something changes in one of these areas, we get a warning, a ticket is opened, and we look into it and see if we need to take action. We also do, and it's possible to request assistant registry checks. This can be done via a phone call or on-site at a RIPE meeting, and this helps just to check everything is correct and updated and solves any issues early to avoid us running out of contacts or only invalid contacts in an account, which is really important that we keep that up to date. And as an LAR yourself, you can do your due diligence of the end user. That's really your responsibility. Submit any requests in that case. And also review your portal regularly, like I showed earlier, and make sure that everything is correct. Update and submit any requests. And we offer, like I mentioned, assistant registry checks. And we do have people on site here to do those. If anybody wants to do one, come to our service support desk in the corner out there and just let us know, and we'll set something up for you. It doesn't need to take long, but it's always really handy to just check everything is up to date correctly. Yeah, so contact us if this information needs to be updated. Anything here, basically. VAT status is also important if it changes or a number changes to avoid problems later. Once invoices have been issued with a VAT number, it's very difficult to change that again afterwards, so it's good to make sure that's updated. Contacts is the other thing, very important, that's kept updated, like I mentioned. Billing addressing details as well. Any acquisitions or changes in company format, mergers, any transfers going on, and of course, bankruptcy, insolvency, liquidation, those kind of things. Then it's our responsibility when we're aware of that to make sure the resources are protected and kept in the right place. Yes, what happens if we stop? Well, as an LAR, it's always possible to terminate your LAR agreement, so terminate your standard service agreement with us. There's a 90-day notice period. However, we do try to handle those kind of requests as quickly as we can. We only initiate termination of standard service agreement under the following circumstances mentioned here. So if a member cannot be contacted for a significant period of time, so again, although I know I bang on about this a lot, it is really important to keep contact information updated. So we do see every year we run into things that have happened and then we can't reach people when we need to. Of course, any policy violations or SSA violations and non-payment of fees. And we do have situations sometimes where fees aren't paid because addresses haven't been updated, and in the end members can actually be closed, even though that was not their intention at all. Should a member on an LAR account be closed, the resources that were assigned come back to us, become our responsibility. We put them in quarantine for a period of 6 months, and after that they're released to the free pool. So that makes also is why you see sometimes these blips in the IPv4 waiting list, because we get some resources back, we redistribute them and so on. Yeah, just a couple more slides on requirements and support for the members. So some member benefits mentioned here, of course, access to the dedicated LIR portal I showed you earlier, allocations of IPv4, IPv6 resources. You need to be a member to be able to receive those allocations. And also only members can request transfers of resources, or for themselves or for the end users. RPKI, again, is members only. Electing members to the RIPE NCC Executive Board. You met a couple of our colleagues this morning, and they have been voted in by our members to represent you. Also voting on important matters such as the charging scheme. We just had a vote about that in our last RIPE meeting. The RIPE NCC budget, the financial report, amendments to articles of association and other important documents. Some other benefits, free training courses. They can be done online and also on-site at meetings. Vouchers for certifications. A new member always receives 2 free tickets to attend a RIPE meeting, and credits for RIPE Atlas measurements. How we could support you. Firstly, members can always contact us for any questions. You can open a ticket via the LIR portal, like I showed on the left-hand side there. And we also have an online chat service, which has proved to be very popular, so you can also access that via the LIR portal. And actually, anybody, member or non-member, can always contact us with questions at this email address, ncc@ripe.net, and we will handle the query or forward it to the right department. And that's also possible to access our chat on our website also when you're not logged in. We do have a publication here with a bit more information about it. And if you look at these slides on the pages of this meeting, you can also click on these links and access more information if you're interested. Finally, just a couple of slides on the policies and community participation. So what are RIPE policies? These are basically the rules and guidelines for managing internet number resources in our region, as well as related services to that. These are created by the RIPE community for the community, and it's a bottom-up approach. As mentioned this morning, we are the secretary of the RIPE community, so we are responsible to make sure the things happen that get decided. That's our job. And these cover all kinds of things: how to request resources, how transfers work, how they're assigned, how data needs to be maintained, etc., etc. Anyone can join the RIPE community. That is not a member organization, so anybody can join that who wants to. Participate in mailing lists, open meetings, like the RIPE meetings or these kind of meetings. You can also propose new policies, suggest changes to existing ones. And these kind of things are decided via a consensus. Everybody's voice is heard and taken into consideration. It's not just a voting yes or no. So in this way, you can help shape the internet's future in Europe, Middle East, and parts of Central Asia in our area. I'm not going to talk more about the community because my colleague Ulka is going to talk more about that a little bit later today. Yeah, so that's it from me. Any questions or comments? If anyone wants to ask anything now, or if you have questions or something you'd like help with, please visit us in our service desk in the corner, just out there in the coffee break room. My colleagues Martin and Anna are sitting there and more than willing to help you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, this is not the case when we say, you know, you can ask questions now or be silent forever. You know these cases, right? So you can ask questions now, you can ask questions later. It will not be prohibited, so it is okay. And what do we need now? After this lunch, after 2, 3? 3 quite heavy presentations without any questions. What do we have to do now? For example, what we should do? We should make a break, okay, and we should make a coffee break, right? So let's go and make a coffee break and be back to hear another good and attractive presentations. Let's go to the coffee break. You'll hear the bell. You see, ring the bell, yep. We are moving to the thing that gives us and empower us. So members are giving us money, right? Okay, that's good. We like it. We like members, right? But what is giving us the soul? What empowers us to make all these activities? Who is not the member here? Do we have people that are not RIPE NCC members? Huh? We don't? Everybody is a member. Okay, but you are not only the member of RIPE NCC, you're also a part of our wider, let's say, community that is called RIPE community. And for this RIPE community, we will have a thorough presentation from our, can I tell it, beautiful community development manager, Ulka Tale. Welcome, Ulka. Applauses.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ulka Atle, and as Vahan mentioned, I am the manager of the community development team at the RIPE NCC. We manage all the outreach to our technical and non-technical communities across the service region. So if you have any thoughts on who we should be engaging in, which communities we should be reaching out to, you can always talk to Vahan or Alex or myself. We're here during the meeting, so please come and find us. In this presentation, I'm going to talk to you about the RIPE community. I'm hoping you're going to have 3 main takeaways from this. One is a good understanding of what RIPE is, why you should participate, but to flip the question, what's in this for you? How could this be useful to what you're hoping to achieve? And how can we support you in the participation? I'm well aware that we're at the tail end of the day. We've been sitting together here since 10 a.m. listening to many talks, and it's at this time of the day that people start to look at their phones. That, my friends, is an advantage. So if you have your phones in your hands, please scan the QR code. I'm going to have questions for you rather than constantly asking whether you have questions for me. So if you could please scan the QR code and enter the game PIN. And I'm going to see if this works as well for me. Oh. There we go. I'm going to give everyone a minute to get in. I see 12 people joining. Can I get a few more? And throughout my presentation, you will be able to see the game PIN 4807242 at the bottom of the screen. You can always, if you get kicked out or you lose the connection, you can always go to kahoot.it and enter the game PIN. So with that, let me dive in. My very first question for you guys is a test question. It tests the clicker, it tests the Kahoot, it tests whether you're in. And the question is, are you ready to network at this evening's dinner? And as you can see, I've rigged the options slightly. There's only energy, enthusiasm, and more positivity as the options. But let's see if this is working. have 19 answers, 23 people. And there we go. All right, we have 8 people looking forward to it. 7 people already have their dinner tickets. And as the events team will remind me, if you don't have a dinner ticket, stop by the registration desk and pick one up. So to get into the content of my presentation, I just want to place this a little bit in context. There are 5 regional internet registries globally. These are the service regions. And in the Baltic states, as you see, you're with the RIPE NCC. And we have the function we're best known for is the registry, but along with that, we are also the secretariat to the RIPE community. And Hisham mentioned this in his opening presentation. So this is a little bit of a memory test. I have a question. Do you know the difference between RIPE and the RIPE NCC? He mentioned this in the morning. Maybe you remember it, maybe you don't. You have 10 seconds to get your answers in. And that's really well done. Well done, Hisham. You get brownie points because 17 people remember the difference, but 6 people don't. I have another question for you guys. And I'm also testing whether you remember this from Hisham's presentation this morning. Which came first, RIPE or the RIPE NCC? It is indeed not a chicken and egg question. There is a definite answer. One of these came first. Well done. So there's one person who didn't remember, and I might confess that that person might have been me because I'm just clicking along on my phone to make sure that it's working along with you. So that means I don't need to spend a huge amount of time on this slide. Just to recap, RIPE was formed in 1989. There was a group of 14 people interested in this new thing called wide area networking. They came together in May 1918 in Amsterdam and decided that it would be a good idea to meet regularly to share information about technical coordination, and eventually they started discussing policies. From this, keep in mind the timing, 1989, the first World Wide Web browser would be launched about a year later. There would be geopolitical changes that would change many things within the next 2 years. And the internet was growing, computers were growing. So by 1992, they felt the need to formalize their work, and they set up the secretariat, that's the RIPE NCC. They decided that the most logical thing would be to give the registry function to the RIPE NCC, and today we're probably best known for our registry function. So RIPE is an open community. The NCC is a membership organization. We're not for profit. We're headquartered in Amsterdam. We're run by staff. You've met many of my colleagues today. It's overseen by an executive board. We have 2 board members here. And we provide services, and we're the secretariat to RIPE. But the thing I'm going to talk a bit more about is about the policy development in a minute. So RIPE, as I said, is a forum open to all. And the objectives are to ensure administration and technical coordination necessary to enable the operation of the internet. For many people, the difference between RIPE and the RIPE NCC is a slightly academic difference. But this really matters when you want to influence policies, when you want to contribute your voice to the discussions. It's good to know who you should talk to about what. Oh, I went a bit too fast. RIPE is open to everyone. There's no membership needed. By being in this room, by joining us today, you could already consider yourselves a part of the RIPE community. I want to introduce a little bit about how RIPE operates. Work is carried out by, oh, all right, that's fine, thank you. Work is carried out in working groups and task forces. Working groups have a defined charter they discuss similar topics for a considerable duration. They have a defined area of work. Most working groups meet twice a year. That's at the RIPE meetings. We currently have 12 active working groups, and they're run by the working group chairs, who are selected by the community and from the community. Every now and again, we feel the need to have a more detailed look at a specific time-defined topic, and for that, then we set up task forces. These are also run by community volunteers, normally with the RIPE NCC providing secretarial support. One of our most recent task forces was the DNS Best Cooperative Operating Practices, the DNS BCOP task force. It's quite a mouthful. And to hold all of this together, we have the role of the RIPE chair. The RIPE chair has a pretty simple job description. The RIPE chair ensures that the RIPE community functions well. So we have 2 people currently working together as a team. The RIPE chair is Miriam Kuna, and the vice chair is Anna Wilson. They're selected by the community for 5-year terms. And now, I have a quick question. Keep in mind I said there are 12 RIPE working groups. So which of the following is not a RIPE working group? You have 4 options: IPv6, IoT, AI, DNS. Which of them is not a RIPE working group, according to you? You have 10 seconds to make your choice. I see 2 people still need to make a choice. And there we go. And I think most people in the room guessed correctly. We do not have an artificial intelligence working group, in brackets, yet. Because you get to decide. Thank you. We have 12 working groups. Some of these are pretty self-explanatory: IPv6, not IPv8, DNS, open source, Internet of Things, routing. But a couple of them might be less obvious. Address policy creates policies related to the management and distribution of IP addresses. So you, as the community, get to decide how addresses are distributed. Those discussions take place in the Address Policy Working Group. If you have opinions on that, that's the place to go. The Connect Working Group talks about interconnection across layers. The Cooperation Working Group is a space for dialogue between the RIPE community and governments, regulators, intergovernmental bodies, and other institutions. And our newest working group is actually the Security Working Group. And they want to improve the security, resilience, and stability of the internet. It used to be the Anti-Abuse Working Group, and before that, it was the Anti-Spam Working Group. So as things change, as the community feels the need to discuss different topics in relation to wide area networking, the community decides whether or not to recharter a working group. So if you think we should really be talking about AI, you should come to our next RIPE meeting and tell us why. So when you look at these, I would really like you to have a think about which of these are relevant to your area of work, which of these might be discussing topics that are useful for you. So Roma already demoed the word cloud earlier. He stole my thunder by doing this before me. But which of these working groups do you think are relevant to your work? I see the last few seconds left to get the last few answers in. Well, some people are, somebody still really, really wants an AI working group. You'll have to come to the RIPE meeting to make that happen. But I see some people find a lot of it relevant, somebody finds none of it relevant. It's entirely possible. Vahan, if you said none, we're going to have words about it. Yeah. So if travel is a barrier, we often hear, with apologies to all managers in the room, my manager won't give me the time to go for a meeting. It's something we hear a lot. You don't have to let attendance at a RIPE meeting hold you back from participating. Everything happens on the mailing lists. Working groups use the mailing list to share ideas. If there's a policy proposal, it's always shared on the mailing list. If there's a development in the policy, it goes to the mailing lists. We have a whole group of mailing lists. So if you do find a working group relevant to you, please go to the link and sign up for the mailing list that's most relevant. And if you're not sure where to start, we have a general discussion list called the RIPE list, and that's always a good starting place. In the previous presentation, my colleague Jeremy mentioned a little bit about policy development. So the working groups actually decide policy. And policy development follows a pretty defined process. The diagram shows you the different steps with the precise timelines. But in general, policy development always starts with an idea being proposed in the working group. Even if they say it on the mic in the session, it will go to the mailing list sooner or later. And then there's a certain window of discussion available. Usually 4 weeks is the minimum so that people have time to react. Once these discussions take place, the RIPE NCC carries out an analysis of what impact this would have. Would this affect other policies? Would we need to change our software systems? Would this put someone at a disadvantage? And we share this impact analysis back with the working group. The working group then comments on it, reviews it, and then if they've reached some sort of agreement, they send out a last call, at which point they seek consensus and then decide whether they should adopt the policy. So there's no voting on policies. It's important that people understand this. We use consensus in a fairly similar manner to IETF, for those of you who might be participating in IETF meetings. So coming back to RIPE and the RIPE NCC, we've seen that RIPE has the working groups, they discuss the policies. So what does the RIPE NCC do in all of this? Well, we provide support to RIPE by organizing RIPE meetings and meetings like this one. We support the policy development process. We have a dedicated policy officer. If you have very strong feelings about any of our policies, and I've used the IPv6 address allocation and assignment policy here as an example, you can reach out to the policy officer to get support on how you can move ahead with your policy proposal. As the secretariat, we record what happens in the working groups, we archive things, we document things, and as you can see, several people have had strong feelings about IPv6 address allocation and assignment over the years. You can see really that the policy has changed multiple times over the last few decades. And if you're curious about how things have evolved, you can always go to the RIPE document store, and you will find the entire history of the evolution of the policy for the internet archaeologists in the room. So in short, I promised 3 things: to explain a bit about RIPE, but to explain what's in it for you. If you engage with RIPE, you get to engage with experts, you get to build your professional network at a global level. Yes, I showed the RR service region map at the start, but people beyond the region participate in RIPE. You become part of the community of people who help build the internet. You get to share your perspective, and that actually helps shape the internet. When you contribute to a policy discussion, when you contribute to a working group discussion, every contribution counts. And I've attached some images of what RIPE meetings look like. There's always coffee, and the barista queue is one of the places where you actually get to meet a lot of people. So I'm just going to quickly share a little bit about how you can participate and how we support your participation. Hisham already shared the save the date earlier, but our next RIPE meeting is going to be in Sofia, in this October. But if you think Sofia is a bit far away and you might not travel all the way to Bulgaria, we're going to be back pretty close by in Vilnius next May. But as I said, RIPE meetings take place twice a year. If you need a bit more time to plan, we have the dates until RIPE 100 announced. And you can already check the details on the meeting website, and they're easy to find because you just swap out the number and the URL stays the same. I'm curious if we have anybody with links to academia in the room. Anyone working at a university or with students, researchers? One of the ways that we try to, well, if anybody knows anyone who is working at a university in one of the Baltic countries, I would love to be put in touch with them. Please find me. I'm around today and tomorrow. The RIPE Academic Cooperation Initiative supports academics and researchers to participate in RIPE. We provide funding to attend a RIPE meeting. There's a call that opens before each RIPE meeting, and the most recent call will open next week. Typically what happens is academics are looking to speak to operators to ground their research in operational reality, and operators often have a lot of data that they have no time to dive into, so we try to bridge that gap. Another thing that we do to support participation is the RIPE Fellowship Program. We recently redesigned this program. It's a 4-month program designed to help you become an active participant in RIPE. We pair our fellows with a dedicated coach who works with you to help you design your own learning path. This is not just about RIPE or policies, it can also involve your own professional growth. You get to work with other fellows, and you get funding to participate in a RIPE meeting. I think we have Vasya in the room, who's a coach for our RIPE fellows. If you have questions about the fellowship, you don't have to take my word for it. You can also speak to one of our community volunteers who volunteers as a coach and hear more about it. We will open the call for the fellowship for 2027. So if funding is an obstacle for you to attend a RIPE meeting, consider applying for the fellowship. And finally, if you think you're an established professional and you don't need to get into a fellowship program and you're not a researcher, but you're just coming to a RIPE meeting for the first time, we have a lot of, we have efforts to help newcomers understand how to navigate the RIPE meeting, the 5-day meeting, the working groups, how the interactions work, and so on. We always have a webinar before the meeting, so you come prepared. We have an introductory session at the meeting. Usually the RIPE NCC CEO and the RIPE chair team run that. We have a mentoring program where you get paired with an experienced member of the community so that you get introduced to people there. And at least a quarter of our attendees tend to be first-time attendees. I know we have a cat at this meeting, but at the last RIPE meeting, for the very first time, we had a dog. So the dog also got a badge saying my first RIPE meeting. And with that, I'm going to invite all of you to join us, maybe at this RIPE meeting, maybe at the next one, maybe on the mailing list. But I hope at least if you have an interest that you would like to follow or a question that you would like support from RIPE or the RIPE NCC, that you know whom to turn to. There we go. I have no more questions for the room, but if you have any questions for me. Oh, perfect.
Hi, my name is Andrei Stikhanovs. I'm from Breton. And you said there are 12 working groups, right?
Currently active, yeah.
Some says that there is a secret working group. Can you comment on that?
We can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a secret working group. Well, if you have more questions, but you don't feel like going up to the microphone, please find me. And if you are connected with academia, I'll do my best to find you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ulka. Oh, la, 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 la. Do you have any questions? You wanted to tell something? No? It's okay. Don't worry about that. So, we have a really interesting guest today. Because more and more we are going to the legislation, right? More and more we have some complicated issues to deal, and the EU is also trying to respond to the challenges and also opportunities we have with all these digital developments and telecommunication development in our field and in the Europe and in the world. So we have Europe's legislation, and we have bodies that are dealing more with this legislation, and we have here Zdravko from BEREC. Zdravko? Yeah, here. Yeah, I'm really pleased to see you. And please, let's welcome Zdravko. He will talk about the legislation, European legislation, and how we can deal with that, and what type of challenges and opportunities it gives us. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the introduction, and thanks for inviting BEREC to this event. It is very convenient because BEREC's NCC is located in Riga, so it's BEREC office which is here in Riga, and I'm going to present you now what BEREC is and what we do. So I'm going to tell you something about BEREC in general, but also the focus will be on my working group. Within BEREC we have also, what a coincidence, 12 working groups, and one of them is my group, where I'm co-chairing it with a colleague from Slovenia, so it's a cybersecurity and resilience working group. And what is our mission really with this cybersecurity and resilience working group is to contribute to resilient and secure networks in Europe. And why we are important, let's say, player in this field is because we, as BEREC, as a union of national independent regulators for electronic communications, we are very close to the market, so we understand the conditions and interplay of different players in the market and the competition among them, and all the influences that legislation and other, let's say, influences can have on the interplay. So let's take a look at the BEREC as a whole. So BEREC is the body of European regulators for electronic communications. We have members from all 27 member states, plus candidate countries and EEA countries like Norway and Switzerland. And this is the composition of BEREC. So there is a board of regulators where each national regulatory authority has one representative, which is usually chairman of the board of this regulator or senior member of the board. Could be even some other, but also senior representative. And then we have a contact network, which is a network of senior management from each NRA that is responsible for preparing all the documents for the board, like BEREC reports, BEREC opinions, all different outputs that go out of BEREC. And we have, as I said, 12 working groups covering different topics, from end users, from wireless network evolution, fixed network evolution, and to my working group of cybersecurity and resilience. Here you can see what is BEREC doing. So we produce a lot of reports, we organize workshops, we give opinions to the Commission, because this is very important. If you look at the national situations, we have independent regulators. It is very important to understand that these regulators are independent from the executive branch of the government, so from the ministries, because of the historic reasons of privatization of public utility companies like electronic communication networks. So here again you can see board of regulators who really decide on all the documents, contact network that prepares all the documents, and actual work is done in the working groups, where we have, for example, in my group, we have more than 150 members, and out of those, there are about 20, 25 really active members that work on particular documents and particular issues. This is exactly, you can see it here, and you can also see here the composition of the membership. Basically, in the group, we have representatives of all NRAs, and active drafters are in these regulators on the right side. So you can see from Italy, from Germany, from Romania, from Serbia, from all these countries. And my colleagues from Slovenia and I, we are co-chairing this working group. What is very important in this area of cybersecurity and resilience in Europe is the cooperation with different actors, and one of the key bodies, I would say, is the NIS Cooperation Group, where we have representatives of each member state of the European Union. We have the Commission that serves mainly as a secretariat of this group, and we have ENISA as the agency for security. Then we have ECASEC group that was traditionally dealing with telecom. Now they are also becoming part of, as a substream of a substream called 5G telecom security in NIS Cooperation Group. Why is NIS Cooperation Group so important? Because, as you know, cybersecurity, resilience very often touches national security. And then this competence is not transferred to the Union, so each member state decides on its own national security. So it's very important to have everybody in the room when we decide something important, like, for example, when we were developing 5G toolbox with the different measures that can be used to secure 5G networks. And then each member state could take those tools from the box and say, I'm going to use this, I'm going to use that, and each could really adapt the toolbox according to the national circumstances and according to the national decisions and judgments. What else can I say here? Okay, this is the composition of the cybersecurity working group on the right. What I already mentioned, so many members, 2 co-chairs, and active members who produce documents. But once again, very important cooperation, and you will see later on what we have worked together with the NIS Cooperation Group. They view us as independent regulators, as someone who is close to the market, who can collect the data, who can anonymize the data so that we get some good representative collection of data on different topics. But since this data is usually very sensitive, then it is the role of BEREC to anonymize this data and to present it to the NIS Cooperation Group, where then some political discussions can take place. Here I can show you some main achievements of the group in 2025. So all these reports that are mentioned in this presentation are publicly available. So by the end of 24 in November, we had very good public workshop with more than 160 participants on the resilience. And we have issued a very short report in the beginning of 25. We have really intensive cooperation with the NIS Cooperation Group. And also we took part in the ENISA Telecom and Digital Infrastructure Security Forum in 25, where we have organized several sessions. And we have also produced a report on that one. Also, we have collected the data on supplier landscape. This is the data that is usually very sensitive, and it happened really that in some member states they said, sorry, we are not giving you this data, it's too sensitive. So we had to work with what we have collected, but we came to a conclusion that we had good representation of different member states, like big countries, medium-sized countries, and small countries. So it was a good, let's say, pattern of data that we collected. So we could analyze this data and produce a report for the NIS cooperation group that can look at this data, and this one is not, of course, not public. Once again, just to show you on this resilience workshop that we had in Brussels on the resilience of the different participants. It was a very good experience from Iceland, which is a small country, so they could really be very creative and make some pioneering steps in the resilience. Also from Norway, also very similar approach to Iceland on how to enhance resilience of the networks in a country. Okay. In the summary report, as I just mentioned, you can see all these different experiences and approaches to enhancing resilience. In 2026, so in this year, what is important, so we collected this data, as I mentioned, for the NIS cooperation group, which is not public, but discussions are taking place in the NIS cooperation group. And we just had on 21st of May a big public workshop on combating fraud. Currently we are producing a report, but all the presentations are available on the BEREC site. Also the recording from this workshop is available. We had more than 220 participants in this workshop, and we had representations from FCC, from the US, from India, from Colombia, and European countries, Ireland, UK, and we also presented in this workshop data that we collected in the BEREC Cybersecurity Working Group. Also in this year, what is taking a lot of our time is, as you probably know, Digital Networks Act proposal, and for us, for Cybersecurity Working Group, very important CSA2 proposal, with the idea that the Commission would be the one deciding which vendors are high-risk vendors, and then put a list that should be applicable in all member states. So these proposals are now on the table, and at BEREC we have produced a lot of documents on the DNA, and 2 documents, one concerning resilience, because in the DNA there is a proposal that BEREC should develop a pan-European preparedness plan for resilience. And we have, of course, a lot of questions on these proposals, and I suppose there will be interesting discussions with the Commission on this idea, because the thing is that we have NIS2 directive that is transposed in each of the member states, and at least at the first sight, it seems like some of the issues that are foreseen in this preparedness plan are already, at least in some member states, quite well regulated according to the NIS2 and transposition, and then secondary legislation in those member states. So we will have to clarify this. This is a really big change compared to what we had so far. Okay, I think this is what I just described. So this also a very important interplay between DNA and CSA2, because there is this idea that you decide, okay, these are high-risk vendors, they are not allowed, and then in some member states you discover, okay, they're using this vendor which is on the list, and what happens then? There is even foreseen that some drastic measures like taking the license or even a frequency license could be taken from this operator. And then there is a lot of issues, who issues what decision and when. So we will have to see how this could work in practice. If, of course, if this proposal is approved in the end, or if it's approved in this current shape. And I think that's all for this short presentation. Thanks again for inviting Berek, and if you have any questions, please, you can ask now or later.
Thank you, Zdravko. And yes, we have the questions. And first question comes from Piotr. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Piotr Strzelewski speaking on myself. First of all, thank you for coming. I know that it was a long trip for you. I will start with the comment that this is actually a nice way of getting back to what we started this whole meeting, the whole day with, because you and your organization is all about resiliency, and we started this with the interesting panel covering the same topic. My question is, fully understand this is like a broad question. In the European Union and in general in Europe, we have bigger and smaller countries. Do you see, and from what I've heard and from what I know, you came from a rather smaller country, and your vice chair is also from one of the smaller countries. Do you see participation from different players as a challenge? Is it more important for smaller countries to be engaged because they see the benefit in such a work, or it's vice versa? Is it coincidence? And I'm speaking here in that context of being here in Riga, in Baltics, and we all know that Baltics are rather smaller countries in terms of the number of people, inhabitants. That's why that came to my mind. I've heard Slovenia, I've heard Croatia, now the Baltics.
Yes, interesting question. But
Thank you.
I think all NRAs, national regulatory authorities, have interest to participate in BEREC. So we have, for example, one of the co-chairs in the user group is from Lithuania, and we have different representations. It's not just that big countries have leadership in the working groups, but it is important that decisions are made, as I described, with the board, with all representatives of all national regulatory authorities. So I think I see it in BEREC. There is big interest to be part of BEREC, and not just from the member states, but also from these candidate countries. And they are very active, like in our group, we have very active drafters from Serbia, from countries that are trying to get into, or planning to get into EU.
Yeah. I recall that because we've met, if I'm not mistaken, last time in Serbia. We had a discussion about this. You mentioned Lithuania, and you know, I was going actually to say, from what I've heard, it's one again a smaller country, but I understand this is like probably a coincidence. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Well, not a question, but more of a comment. Thank you for the presentation. That's also very interesting. The purpose of this was also to kind of mix different types of discussions, more technical, operational, and also policy-related topics. The Digital Network Act is a very interesting initiative. We also gathered a lot of interest from the community. We had a presentation on the topic at the last RAI meeting in Edinburgh. So again, thank you for your contribution. It's actually raising a lot of questions. You mentioned the preparedness plans, also called resiliency preparedness plan, that actually national regulators and the Commission will be working on. There are also many questions on the scope of the regulation, on different provision. It's a very significant initiative that is reopening a lot of the discussions on different things touching upon the telecommunication sector, but can also open up the scope to other areas. So this is why we also think it's crucial to have to open the room for the dialogue also with the RAP community, and thank you for being part of it. So DRAFCON, thank you. That's it from my hand. Back to you.
Thank you for this appreciation, and I have my question. If we have no other questions, okay, I have my questions. So let's do another measurement, right? So we have a BEREC office here in Riga, right? So I want to measure, or you to tell me, how do you measure, and is it how effective it is to have the BEREC office in Riga? What do you anticipate from the community, from others, from people here as well, to support BEREC's office, to support your activities, to support your initiatives, and what BEREC can also give to these people in this room and in Riga itself and in Baltic countries itself? So we were talking about these certified professionals, we are talking about these working groups that we as RIPE NCC can provide, and we are providing to the community for policymaking. How these people can benefit from today? Can they approach you with some initiatives, with some questions, or what else do you need from them? Should they raise their hand and tell, please BEREC, please do things this way or that way? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. But once again, just to clarify, so the BEREC office in Riga is, if I correctly understand, is the RIPE NCC of BEREC. So without BEREC office, it would be almost impossible to do any BEREC work, because they are giving us absolutely all support in all administrative, technical aspects of our work. So each working group has 2 representatives from the BEREC office who do all these administrative, technical things for the working groups. And I think that this is very, very important for us, for BEREC as the organization. And how can somebody influence or have a say in what BEREC is doing? I think the best channel is through national regulatory authorities, because we are the body of national regulatory authorities. We also invite when we have stakeholders, workshops, we invite everybody, really. Our target audience is usually the network operators, players on the market, so the companies. But we have very strong, let's say, stake in user protection, so user rights, user groups, and we organize a lot of workshops on these aspects. Like we had this workshop on combating fraud that my group organized. It was more focused on the regulatory side, so target audience was really the regulators and companies and what we can do as regulators. But the user group organized also combating fraud more from the user perspective, so I guess that would be more interesting for broader audience and user groups, user protection groups and things like that. Once a year we have this big stakeholders forum in Brussels, so usually it's around my birthday, the end of March. So I always have my birthday in Brussels in the last few days, a few years. So this is the big event where we present all the achievements from the last year. Then we have all the plans of BEREC for the future. And what we have also are the so-called meet and greet sessions with the co-chairs of all 12 working groups. So everybody is invited to come in and ask questions. What we usually do, we present what we have done in the past, what we planned for that year, and we have these sessions are quite popular, so we have a lot of representatives from the industry and also user protection groups and things like that. So you can come in, join us, we talk, answer your questions, and something like that. So we have this interaction.
Great, thank you, Zdravko. Any questions? No. So let's applause to Zdravko. I'll make some informal closing of today, and I have some good numbers for all of us, for you and us, because we already have 5 people passed the exams. 5. It is not bad. It is really, really great number if we even compare it with with our European flagship events. It is quite good, and 3 are still in the process. So we might have even 8 people as of today that passed the exams. More opportunities you have still for tomorrow. If you haven't taken the exams, you still can get these exams tomorrow, and this will increase the number of professionals past these exams too. I don't know how many, but it will be a great support for Baltic countries to have these great professionals from our community here. Some information, and yeah, now let's applause to these 5 and to that 3 that were still taking. I guess tomorrow we can also announce the names, so you can see them in person. Or do we have anybody here from these 5? You? Who? Who did it? No. Okay, we'll tell the names after, tomorrow, and acknowledge their participation. So some information about the social today. We are moving there at 7 o'clock from in front of the hotel. There will be buses. So please don't be late from these buses. If you don't want to come by buses, you can just walk. It is quite close here. Do you know where is it? It is the restaurant Colonnade. It is quite close from here. You can walk, but you can also take our buses. We are moving straight at 7 p.m. So we will have a good music, we'll have a good environment to eat, discuss, make a networking, enjoy this evening, and be closer today for the next day tomorrow that will be even more successful. Thank you all. You can come also for your socks and for meters if you've done what we have requested to you. So thank you, and see you in the evening at this Colonnade. Thank you. Applauses to you.